I did fall in New Jersey, so I don't have an excuse either, but shit, I just felt luckier than you. Wisconsin. Yeesh.
Yeah, so I was like, what the fuck is this? And I went to Asia for like 12 years.
Yeah, I mean, just Wisconsin. I mean, fuck, you just can't, you don't even know what to say. Like, Wisconsin? Well, what is that? Like, the 71st state or something? What the hell is Wisconsin? That's not America. Like part of Canada or something. Wisconsin.
Land of cheese and brats and beer.
Yeah, well, whatever. Still Wisconsin.
Actually, you've got a very good Wisconsin accent. That was pretty good. Wisconsin. That's right.
I don't think. Wisconsin. Yeah, it's like, oh, eek. Yeesh. Yeah, I don't even think you want to fly over it. You want to, like, fly around it. Wisconsin. If your plane crashes in Wisconsin, man, you're just... Oh, it's bad enough that the plane crashed, but it's really worse that it crashed in Wisconsin. Now we're stuck in Wisconsin. Ah.
Well, you'll probably crash in a lake or something.
Yeah, the Packers. Yeah, the Packers. What kind of name? That's what they do in places like that. They go up with a name like, let's call ourselves the Packers. Like we package things. Or we,
on our license plate it says...
we put stuff in our butts. We put stuff in we hide things in our buttocks. Yeah, Packers.
Yeah, they're meat packers, and then on our license plate it says America's Dairyland, so it's perfect for vegetarians.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, just sounds all kind of evil, right? Like,
Agreed.
Wisconsin is just like a big slaughterhouse or something.
Yeah, you couldn't be more correct.
A little bit of lag. Probably somebody else's fault. Probably that fish asshole.
So I'm trying to follow your economics videos
Walking's pretty bad too. Yeah.
Trying to follow your economics videos with Nick, and I can't keep up with them. I just try to download all of them and keep up with them, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is a little convoluted. I mean, the system's sort of easy. I mean, it's kind of simple, like, it's just money and such. But it does have all these pieces, and it's just sort of irritating to go through all these pieces. And, there are subtleties to it that are kind of strange.
There's much to be learned there.
I just find, like, the biggest thing that sticks out to me as interesting is I think the modern mystic would understand that if I doubled the amount of gold in the world tomorrow, that the price of gold would go down, And the fact that you can't understand that if I double the amount of cash in the world, that it's going to have the same effect. But whatever. People are, whatever they are. Stupid. That's it. Yeah, people are stupid. Oh, the Reagans. That would be funny if they did that. Yeah. The Washington Ronalds or something. Yeah, I don't know if you can go over it too many fucking times. I mean, there's got to be a point where, like I say, you got to start doing this stuff so people understand it. It always ends up getting into this subtlety arguments, and You know, and then everybody just gets lost and it all spirals into shit.
Hey, old
Probably
fan,
shouldn't bother with response videos. I probably should just do ABC videos over and over again.
I was just asking old fan if it's enough that I broadcast on Tiny Chat, or do I really have to make a video?
Yes, broadcasting on Tiny Chat isn't a video. Especially when you have lag. You have lag now, so
Oh, okay.
your video sucks. Anyway. Yeah, it'll start with Reagan, so we must all blame Reagan. So, you know, I just call them the Washington Blame Reagans. The voodoo economics is, yeah, the Washington voodoo-ers. Sports has just gotten so, I've gotten so distanced, you know, so there's such a distance from any kind of sports interest now. It's just so funny. I really find it tedious and irritating that people waste time on this crap. July 3rd, oh, that's the deadline, huh? Kind of a weird deadline.
It is weird,
you
but...
can make 50 okay. 50 okay. I don't know. What's a 50 okay? I don't know if that's enough. Oh, 50K. Well, that's, yeah, I'm, you know, I don't know. I'm a little old for oil field working, I think. It's a new career. Yeah, well, I drove through North Dakota. I sort of like it. Had excellent trailer parks. They had a trailer park that was, you know, patterned after the Flintstones. And so you drove around in golf carts that looked like the Flintstones car. And, you know, there's dinosaurs everywhere, and you could walk inside of them and look out their eyes. And what else? That's some other kind of stuff. It was just, I was saying, hey, this is okay. This state must be okay if it can make a Flintstones trailer park. Yeah, it must be okay.
Nice out there. There's very few people.
I used to love trailer parks, actually. It's my kind of world because it was always pinball machines, right? So it was just, it was pretty cool. There was pool tables and pinball machines, the trailer. Always, every trailer park I ever went to just about had a pinball machine or a pool table. And how can you go wrong? And they used to be dirt cheap. You know, you pay $5 a night. Yeah, I used to like that when I was young. I was getting like when I was about 15, I had a motorcycle, and my father actually agreed because, you know, the trailer happened to have a motorcycle rack on the back of it, just happened to have one when we bought it. So he said, okay, since you got a motorcycle and I have a motorcycle rack, you can take the motorcycle on the trailer. And so it was really quite great, you know, because we'd go across the country and shit, and I could motorcycle around, and yeah, it was good. I liked it. Them was the days and such. So, let's see. Yeah, there's lots of weird stuff going on. I mean, I probably should say something for the what the fuck. Well, Tommy from the Bronx is making videos again. But he's looking like he's unemployed again or something. You know, it's like he wants to try to make money. But, you know, whatever. Which, you know, you don't, it's not a bad thing, I suppose, but it's just a little bit evil. And then the Snake Plissken actually did a video just begging outright for money, and apparently got quite a bit of money, which is irritating. You know, I bring, you know, no offense to you cult members, but yeah, I think if I did a begathon, I might get a couple $100 out of you fuckers. If I was lucky. But anyway, it's just kind of funny. You know, and then Paul's ego has been doing these video game thingies, these walkthrough, whatever you call it. And, you know, it's just such a, you know, in a way, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I've been watching it, it's watchable, and you're saying to yourself, well, this is really stupid, because I'm going to end up watching hours of somebody playing a video game. It's a pretty lame movie, right? I mean, you know, I could watch a really bad movie, and it has to be better than the stupid video game. And the theme is so stupid, you know, it's like just some heroin addict after her schema, or whatever the fuck it's called. And you're just like, what the fuck? This is, you know, I mean, so yeah, let's go out and kill people and steal stuff so we can get high, and then we'll get some magic power so we can kill people even better so we can get high. I mean, you know, life has got to be pretty stupid if that's the best you can do for a video game theme. Really. I mean, it kind of sucks, right? Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen him making videos, man. It fails, but maybe I'm not subscribed properly or something. But he's probably bibble-babbling a little. Testing. I don't think he's ready for the real game yet. Farty stuff really doesn't do people much good. Alright, math fails too. Having a baby? Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I'm not gonna subscribe to him, that's for sure, because I'm gonna fucking curse his fucking existence. I mean, the guy's, his whole life is a fuck up. You know, he doesn't like working, clearly. You know, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I'll have a kid. I really have no means of taking care of himself. I mean, what a fucking asshole. Jesus. I mean, fuck. That's really disappointing. You know, I hope he gets a fucking brain tumor and dies horribly. Fucking cunt. Yeah, well, he's obviously not miserable motherfucking enough. So, yeah, whatever bad luck can come his way, let it happen, fucker. You know, I think environmentalists are fundamentally clueless, right? I mean, the environment's a shithole by nature's design. Certainly, we don't need to put more shit in it, but you can't make it much worse than the natural design. The natural design is, you know, gobble, gobble, yum, yum. Shit, shit. Yeah. So turn everything into shit. Everything gets turned into shit. That's the natural design. Shit processing. Whole fucking planet's a shit processor.
Is that really math fails?
Oh, trees are fucking whores also. Always finding, oh, I gotta go grow taller than you could grow. Nah, 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 nah. I'm gonna steal all the sunlight. Nah, 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 nah. I mean, trees are Little weasels.
Yeah, and then they fall down and they wreck your power lines.
Yeah, they do all kinds of stupid things. Trees are retarded.
One just fell in my house.
Squirting their jizz all over me all the time. I mean, you're just walking around outside and they start jizzing on you. You're like, what the fuck, man? You know, keep that shit in your pants. Fucking trees.
Spring is a jizz fest. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't get any cigarettes this week. Yeah, it did. No, even this guy was really nice, though. I shouldn't put any pressure on people, but no cigarettes this week, people. I really can't expect them every week.
What kind of cigarettes do you like, Gary?
But I do miss them already. Yeah, you're lagging. Lag. The room's got lag. 2 weeks in a row. I like the kind that burn. Yeah. Why would I want a cigarette that doesn't have nicotine in it? Yeah, well, cigars are, you know, they work at a pinch. Ain't got anything smoother. They'll do. Oh, I don't want Nicorette. I've had all that shit. I've had patches and gum and goo and slop. Some guy sent me these fucking disposable e-cigarettes. They lasted about 10 minutes. It's supposed to equal 2 packs. They last 10 minutes. You know, it's a fucking, what a piece of shit. But it's such a racket, you know, with these. I hope he didn't spend real money for them, but I mean, they're exactly the same as the kind you can refill, except they made them so you can't refill them. So they waste a lithium battery, you know, perfectly rechargeable battery, you know, it's making it into a disposable cigarette. It's just such a fucking, it's so fucking evil. I mean, these companies, they ought to find out who did this and put them in jail. It's like these printer companies. I want them killed. I want them fucking executed. I want the federal government to hire the mob to kill Lexmark. I'm so fucking sick of buying printers that keep going, your cartridge is expired, your cartridge has a headache, your cartridge is stubbed its toe, your cartridge doesn't like you, your cartridge... Fuck you! I'm buying a fucking printer. I'm not buying your fucking cartridges, you fucking cunts. I want them all to die. Yes, die. I mean, really, if I ran the government, I would put a contract out for their fucking execution. I'd tell all these printer companies, you better get the fuck out of America, because I'm fucking gonna kill you if you stay here, you fucking cunts. Because if you think you're honorable, decent human beings when you fuck people over like this with these fucking pieces of shit printers that don't print. All I want to do is print a fucking document. And when I need it to work, you giving me some fucking cunt error. Fuck you! They ought to take these goddamn, they ought to shove ink cartridges up these, let's go find these fuckers, and let's shove ink cartridges up their ass until they're dead. It's just fuck, I'm so sick of people putting up with goddamn evil, and it's motherfucking evil to pretend you're selling a printer when you're selling fucking ink. No, you can fuck off, Prezel, Dumzel, Diesel, Dumzel, fuck you. anyway. But there's just so much of it, so much of this shystery and chicanery and shenanigans everywhere. Well, I think we need less beer. I think beer sucks. Especially green beer. Yes, and I wish you'd never been born too. So, there we go. Yay! Agreement is reached. Me and Fish agree. Unfortunately, I have to wish I was born because apparently I'm fucking necessary. Yeah, I have to exist because I have to tell everybody how they suck and how much they suck. Yeah, well, alcohol has its place and all that kind of shit. But whatever. I'm sick of drunks. I'm sick of potheads. I'm sick of people wasting my fucking time with bibble babble, nonsense, gibberish, and so forth. Well, I don't really know what that means. Do you think the red button exists? I think that we can, I think you can alchemy yourself one. I actually think there's probably some physics that would blow up the universe. I'm just not sure, but I have this feeling that there's another trick, just not nuclear bomb kind of trick. There's some other trick, where you can make the whole universe fall apart. Yeah, whatever. All you people, your medicinal mumbo jumbo tea. Dear tea. Look what it's done for the English. They're fucking retarded. Oh, sorry, Ray. But, sorry, true. Question. Here we go. There you go. So, go ahead. Type you away. Yes. I'm more if I had a gun, I'd definitely be easier for me to blow my brains out than in the past. I mean, I never liked the idea of blowing my brains out, but, now I'm more comfortable with the idea. Well, we're better by relative comparison is all I'm saying. Yeah, that's all. God. I watched some economics video, and it must have been in England, one of those Nick ones. There's all the little putzes in the audience were all these snarky little British types. Such snarky little assholes. All right, let's see the question. What can one person do to further the cause and make a living at the same time? Well, now you got it. That's the tricky part, right? Me and old Fan are working on something. But yeah, it's really hard to. I mean, I am pissed off right now, just as I'm saying. My brain is working pretty good lately. I'm really, I'm doing all this physics shit, and I'm doing all this other, I'm saying, gee, yeah, I should get paid for this thinking thing. Well, I should be able to make a living thinking. I shouldn't have to go out and do work and cut grass and do all this bullshit. I should be paid to think. I mean, I'm pretty good at it. Yeah, if somebody's going to get paid to think, shouldn't it be me? Right? So, but yeah, just making a living thing, I really got to start working on it. Yeah, I really got to start. I got to really start doing a lot of shit, and I'm not doing it. Just little pieces at a time. But my flowers are growing, so that's nice. I have to do a flower video tomorrow, maybe. Yes. So anyway.
I still have lag.
I don't hear it yet. You have to say more words then. Do I still have lag? Because you probably have lag and say, do I still have lag?
Okay, well, I just got back to the States, and I'm in a position to either, like, work or go back to school to study something, and then, I know that AN is a pretty big deal, and I want to, do something that's productive, So I'm curious as to what your thoughts are as to what is the most productive field one could get into.
Yeah, well, like I said, making a living and being a good human is not necessarily the same thing, right?
Well, that's the thing, like being a good human, that's kind of important to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to figure out. I mean, where, all the choices really suck. And there's so few jobs in the really cool places. Getting a job in a research lab somewhere would be kind of cool, because then you could learn stuff, while you're working, which is always cool. If you can get a job where you actually learn something working, that's good. But, those aren't there's only so many jobs like that. So I don't know what to get into, though. If it was like a field that's, I mean, even, computer science isn't even I suppose it's reliable if you learn the right programs. If you get the C++ shit and the, Python and a couple other languages, you could probably at least guarantee yourself, 40 or 50 grand. But, yeah, I wouldn't know what the hell I'd get into. I mean, anything engineering has got to be still worth something. But those degrees take a while. I mean, if you got the money, I don't know what, you're just, the way you talk is just kind of funny. Well, I could go to work, or I could reload and go to school for, 10 years. I mean, it's usually not that kind of option. Usually school means you have to put out some money, and it's debt, and it's dangerous, and, it's kind of a high-risk maneuver.
Well, the thing is most skills require an associate's degree at like a community college, so they're never that expensive. So like computer science or renewable energy, someone said in the comments, that's something I can get into. But I really like what Amanda's doing down in Chicago, like making a site to upload your videos to get more people viewing what you've made, and then also just getting the word out there more. And I think the internet is a good way to do that. So I thought maybe that'd be a good avenue to go into. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, value is, all relative, right? I mean, you could spend 2 years making a documentary and it could be worth it, or it could not be worth it. You know what I mean? It goes nowhere, it goes somewhere. And, so everything is, it's just, I don't know what to say, Like I'm saying, I'm having enough trouble figuring out how to play the game of life correctly, in terms of, you got to take care of your personal business, and then you got to take care of this human business. And I don't have any kind of rational balance between those two things at all. I'm just barely getting by. I just squeak by at both. I'm getting away with it, but it's not the way to run a railroad kind of thing. But I mean, yeah, if you could find some way to make money, money is always useful in any cause too. You know, money is power. But you know, obviously, a lot of money is more power than little money. It's just very
Well,
we're
Amanda
rude.
said in the comments,
Yeah.
making money by archiving, but I don't think that's possible. But maybe making money with some computer science stuff, and then on the side archiving a little bit, just to kind of increase the visibility of what we're trying to talk about here, which might be valuable too.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to come up with some way to say that there's different kinds of things you can do, you know, different ways of doing something. You do something so it's viable as a not-for-profit kind of function, but you make enough money to pay your bills. You know, you get paid to do it, but you don't make any extra money beyond doing it. So, you know, to me, that's the kind of ideal circumstance. You know, but I mean, ideally, if you could make, if you, like I said, if you had a job that was somehow related to the subject matter, you know, like you worked in a lab or something, or did something, you know, science related anyway, it gives you a little more ammunition in terms of your depth of knowledge grows, and you know, maybe it doesn't wear you down enough to suck all the life out of you, so you have enough energy to do stuff on the side. You know, a lot of work just wears you down. I mean, if I had to do, I mean, I'm lucky, you know, I mean, in the sense that I'm a failure, but I failed just the right way. Because, you know, I'm sort of able to get by on just working a few hours a day, so I don't have to get worn out. But I mean, if I had to work 8 hours a day, you know, I'd be so exhausted by the end of the day, you know, I wouldn't have anything left to give. I mean, just life wears me out. Just waking up is, whoa, that was hard. Shit, I don't want to do that again. So yeah, I just don't know how to. I don't know how to imagine, you know, full-time viable employment. And oh yeah, I do this on the side. You know, that's just hard to imagine.
Well, I know, because you always talk about, there's the ultimate truth, and then you want to adhere to that, but at the same time, the reality is just like you got to be someone's bitch. You know what I mean? This sucks.
Well, I mean, everything is polluted. Some of you, you know, talking about alternative energy and stuff. I mean, the only place there's any money in alternative energy is exploiting stupidity. You know, is you know, putting solar panels on people's roofs or some other kind of bullshit. You know, some guy's got some, let's put solar panels, make highways out of solar panels. I mean, just all kinds of wacky, stupid ideas. Either the idea is stupid and fundamentally impractical, or you're kind of obligated to do it in this consumer manner, which means you're basically going to make money screwing idiots.
Yeah, I liked your videos about solar energy. It's totally correct. I mean, if we just centralized all the energy allocation, it would be so much more efficient. But then if you go to school and study, photovoltaics, you're going to end up in some company that's going to be trying to increase its profit margin. So it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like this technology couldn't even, you know, it's a practical matter, they'd still be doing it even if it didn't work at all, probably. I mean, it's just such a racket the way they're doing it. It's just so fundamentally anti the purpose. You know, the inefficiency is so massive. You know, when you're throwing away 80% of the value, um, you know, it's, you know, clearly not the objective to do anything constructive.
And you're right. Did you hear what Nick said about when the individual gets solar panels, it becomes more powerful or something like that? What did you think about that?
I don't remember him saying that, but well, they don't though in these schemes. I mean, somebody who finances it themselves, maybe they become a little bit more powerful, but The problem is they can't store it, so they still need the infrastructure of the grid because you can't store enough energy to run your house at night. You know, you're not going to have any refrigerator at 3 in the morning if you're on solar panels, you know. And if the weather's bad, you're certainly not going to have any. And storage is really expensive. You know, the batteries can store enough energy for it to be really useful. So you still are completely dependent on the grid, you know, to you know, subsidize your you know, to make up for the gaps in your system. And but you're not going to be paying the grid anymore, you know, any substantial amount. So the grid falls apart. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the economics of it is so backward because you just end up, the solar ends up replacing the value of the electricity, which means that the electrical companies can't make enough money to maintain their infrastructure. So, I mean, it works against you in both ways. Not only are you implementing solar in a bad way, you're helping to corrode the grid or inflate the other people's electrical bills. So I mean, you know, that's why every country that's done this has higher electric bills, not lower. So that's the irony of it. The countries with the most solar have the highest electrical, you know, per megawatt fees in the world.
Well, sometimes they feed the excess energy they use back into the grid. I don't know if that's efficient.
Yes, that only takes care of peak. Okay, so it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't do anything. The infrastructure could care less. The electric company still has to have enough facilities running, you know what I mean, to supply electricity when the sun's not there. So, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean anything to the grid. It just means that you're taking away some of the money the electricity company has to use the money to finance the grid. So you putting more electricity on it doesn't help anyway. And you know what I'm saying? It's not an asset to the function of the grid. You're not subsidizing the grid. You're taking from the grid. Even though you're supplying electricity, in essence, you're not financing the grid by selling electricity.
Because most of what they use is from fossil fuels?
Well, it's not about what they use. I'm just saying that the electric company has to finance the grid, and you're not financing it when you're selling your electricity to them, if you know what I'm saying. So you're not a provider, you're just providing the source material. So you're not financing the expense of maintaining the grid.
Where does the...
So I'm just saying that just degrades the grid.
I mean, where do they use the money? Where do they get the money to finance the grid? I mean, where's that?
Well, the way they've cut it up now is they have two things. You have your delivery and you have your source. You know, on your bill, they split it up. But I'm just saying the companies essentially own each other. So I mean, obviously the company producing the electricity usually is one financing the grid. But I mean, they have separated them to some extent. So different companies can be providers of energy, and then another company is providing it, and so they're one paying for the grid. So you have a fee for the grid, and you have a fee for the raw energy. But I'm just saying the point is that somebody putting solar energy on the grid doesn't do the other customers any good. Is all I'm saying.
Which is why it's kind of so inefficient. Like where I live, you can opt into completely renewable energy. It costs a little bit more, but you can choose to have that service. So I don't know how that works out, but yeah, it's an option.
Yeah, well, I think it's a gimmick too. So, but you know,
yeah,
I mean, obviously they have some windmills probably in Wisconsin and all that kind of stuff. But obviously I don't think they can parse energy that way. So, you know, they're just using it as a billing device.
Like in Germany, they use like 50% of their energy needs are met by renewables, and you know, it's totally feasible. And their solar input from the sun is lower than a place like the Midwest. So it's totally doable here. But
Yeah, I know, but I'm still saying that the point is, though, is their bills, their cost for electricity is the highest in the world. So I'm just saying that obviously they've paid an awful high price for this inefficient application of the technology.
I think you're right. I think most of them have, they put them on their roofs or something like that. But something like you talked about.
I think this is where the racket started, is I think in Germany, right? So I think this is where the racket started. So I'm just saying that, and it hasn't even gone its full course yet. So who knows where their electrical bills will go? Because once you sign up in one of these contracts are, you're basically committing to a 20-year contract. And at any point in the contract, they can decide to pay you, 4 cents a milliwatt for the energy you give them, and they can charge you 20 cents or 50 cents a milliwatt for the energy you use. So your contract commits you to buy energy from them and to sell through them. So they can control the selling price and the buying price that you will pay. You don't get to go on the free market and buy your electricity. So, who knows what the financing scheme will become 4 or 5 years into the racket. I mean, like I said, their bills are already gone up. They might even go up even more.
Nick talks a lot about that on his website, that solar energy is only, a few percentage points of the overall world demand. And it's just
well, I'm just saying, but technically solar isn't, solar is still unproven. Okay, I mean, so, when if on an efficiency index, oil would be at 100, solar is still sitting there 12.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, in terms of the cost of production per, calorie of energy, you're still getting killed by comparison. So I'm just saying, until solar becomes cheaper, like I said, and then no one even talks about what exactly all the production costs are, especially the environmental production costs. So, this gets a little complicated.
Yeah, it is, because it does cost a lot. The materials cost a lot. Some of the materials for panels, some of those are pretty rare resources. So, yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, Fleora said solar is produced by fossil fuel. That's exactly right.
Well, I mean, that's an initial cost of it, so I'm just saying that it has to be calculated into the, the durability issues, the loss of efficiency over time. It has a lot of issues, and, so, people just think it's this, oh yeah, it's free. Well, it's not really free.
No, it's not, but like for an individual, like one individual can only do so much.
Well, none of it's for, like I say, doing all this individually is the stupid part, right? And the real good application for solar, so this is the idiotic part, right? Because the way to really apply solar isn't to bother with photovoltaics anyway. I mean, if you want to do solar right, you do a mirror farm. So you basically just put a bunch of mirrors that point at a tank of water. And the mirrors heat the water and run a turbine. So it's, a steam engine essentially. But if you want to do solar passively and cleanly, that's the way to do it, because you have much lower production costs. You don't have any high technology involved. It's really passive and environmentally green. So, that's the way to do it.
When you think about it, you think, why haven't people thought about this yet? It's like, you're right, it's the most efficient way, and putting it on homes individually is just a complete waste of resources.
Yeah, the only thing that makes sense to put on people's roofs is the water heater kind of. So, the passive solar that heats water. But photovoltaics they need to be pointed at the sun. I mean, a photovoltaic, to get its efficiency, you got to point it at the sun.
And most roof systems, they don't move, they don't rotate.
Well, most of the roofs aren't necessarily even pointing south. You know what I mean? So it's not even like they're getting 40% efficiency. Like I said, they might even only be getting 35% efficiency because it doesn't move with the sun, and it's not pointed at the right hemisphere.
And then, yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah.
I mean, I think without without a southern exposure, if you have a southern exposure, you get 40%. Okay, and then if you don't move, you get 40% just with a fixed southern exposure. So you're already cut in half your efficiency because you're not moving with the sun. And then as soon as you tilt off of that southern exposure a little bit to the north, then you start degrading it even more. So like I said, the best they can do is 40%, and most of the houses aren't in the best position.
You think about it's just there's not going to be enough time. It's going to hit all this energy demand is going to hit a wall soon.
Yeah, well, the problem is that our demand will go down because we're going to end up financially crisising. But these third world, India and China, aren't going to stop industrializing, so to speak, and so they're going to keep sucking the stuff. I don't know about China. China seems like it might be hitting some kind of brick wall because China's got the whole too many rich man problem too. They're building whole cities now in China that no one lives in. Rich people are just buying the city. You know what I mean? They're just buying the condos, buying the buildings, buying the businesses, and they're just like museum pieces. It's like, oh yeah, I own a Sears in Chengdu, and no one lives there. Okay, but I own the Sears there. It's really nice. It's all clean because no one's used it. It's a nice clean department store because there aren't any dirty people in it. And it's almost laughable that this is economically rational, that you build cities that no one lives in just as investments, like they're paintings or something.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I lived there for 6 years, and then I lived in South Korea for another 5. But in Asia, everything is growing. In America, it's kind of stagnating. But in India and China, like you said, there are those ghost cities you talk about. I've been to a few of them. But the population is so large and the demand is so large that it's going to create real problems for energy demand in the future.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that it seems to me that their viable growth has reached its peak, right? Because there is no middle class to serve. So kind of like in America, without a middle class to consume, do some real consuming, there's no buyers, right? So, I mean, rich people don't have anything to sell to super poor people. You know what I mean? They can't make any money off the super poor. They can't even lend the super poor money, right? Because they can't be trusted that they're going to get their money back. So they need a middle class to really exploit. And China doesn't have one of those either, pretty much. It just pretty much has a lot of poor people and a few rich people. So the rich people are just manufacturing things that they can own. They're not manufacturing things they can sell. I mean, as funny as that sounds, they're just making things to own. They're not making things to sell.
I disagree. China does have a middle class.
Well, yeah, Gary said
not by numbers, it doesn't.
I mean, like for example, in Beijing, there's like 1,000 new cars every day on the road. It's just ridiculous, and they had to like mandate that by law. Like you can only like allow 1,000 cars on the road every day, and that was a law that was made, and it's still in effect today.
Yeah, I know, but what are we talking about? You could take the three biggest cities in China, and it's a tiny percentage of the Chinese population. So those three big cities aren't even China. Those are just the rich people.
I think you're right. And most of the Chinese population lives in the countryside, and they're still poor, but most of them are moving to the
I would bet that, right, and I bet most of the cars being sold in those cities are Mercedes and Audis and BMWs, and I bet you they're not selling Geos or something.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, China has more, millionaires than we do now. I mean, yes, they have three times the population, but they have more millionaires than we have.
Well, the distribution of wealth.
People call them socialists, and you're like, are communists, and like, it's a joke. I mean, obviously they have they've bent capitalism into some weird pretzel shape, and it's still being called communism because most of the people are living in shit. But certainly they figured out how to get the rich rich.
Well, that's a weird thing, when you come back here and people talk about Russia and China as communist. It's just, what? No way. Not even close. It's like totalitarianism. There's a
Well, I mean, it's a slander against the word, kind of. It's like when they call Obama, they call Obama a socialist, and you're like, well, what exactly are socialist credentials? What are socialists, have a 15% body to fat ratio or something? How does Obama qualify as a socialist?
Not even close, right? I mean, when people say you should raise the minimum wage or something, people will say like, we already tried that in Russia, it didn't work out, without even having any understanding of what, like Russia, like Soviet Union was what do they call that? It was state capitalism, which was the state took all of the profits and decided what to do with it. It wasn't true socialism.
Yeah, too bad. Yeah, and it's a completely different experiment, right? I mean, they did something in 1/3 of the time we did it, with 1/3 of the population, without slavery and any other legacy assets. So, in a way, you got to say the Soviet Union was pretty impressive to become a superpower from where it started and what it started with, and and its failure was just so stupid. Because its failure was more about banning rock and roll than socialism. I mean, its failure was, just preposterously stupid, and we helped create its failure. Oh, they're killing those nice Muslim people. The irony of it, right? I mean, the grotesque irony, like the evil Soviet Union is trying to manage Afghanistan, and look at us now.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, what the Soviet Union did after there was a revolution in 1917, and then they pretty much decimated their entire country, and then they went through World War II, and that just nobody.
Well, I mean, the joke of it is Afghanistan is what? 4,000 or 5,000 miles away from us. I mean, why? It's on their border. And and it's 4,000 and it's 4,000 miles away from us. So yeah, I mean, to think that Soviet Union would have an interest in Muslim extremists on their border, gee, that doesn't sound too implausible.
Yeah, they're right there.
I wonder if Cuba goes Muslim. Whether that would give us a reason to go invade Cuba, right? If they go Muslim, and then maybe the Soviet Union can finance the Muslim Cubans.
Well, I think the Soviet Union doesn't get enough credit for what it did. I mean, it didn't have the vast expanse of resources that we had in America, and it just, by the 50s and 60s, it became the second most powerful power in the world.
Yeah, well, it was a corrupt system. It was broken. It was broken in so many ways. I mean, the whole party structure was bullshit. The whole, they were all hypocrites over there. They were all living a lie. So it had lots wrong with it, but the stuff we think that was wrong with it wasn't the stuff wrong with it. Like the East German bullshit, like the wall. And we're sitting there not appreciating why the wall existed, right? Is that because people were educated for free. Okay, so, the Soviet Union at the peak of its destruction had more engineers per capita than any country in the world, right? So it had more educated scientists than any country in the world. And the problem was that, yeah, people would get a free education and then they'd want to go sell it in the free market. So instead of giving it back to the country that gave it to them, right, they'd want to go freelance, and they were just selfish fucks, right? So people are selfish fucks. And the Soviet Union had to say, no, you want to leave the country, well, then pay for your education that we gave you. But this whole idea that somehow it was barbaric of them to say people can't leave the country. Well, of course you can't leave if you're leaving with a bunch of gold we put in your pocket. All right? So, yeah, pay us for the free education we gave you, then you can leave the country. And somehow that's offensive.
Was that their policy? Was that their actual policy that if you wanted to leave, you had to pay for your education? Because I thought it was just completely closed.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, you can pay to get out of the country. It's like any country's going to bargain. So if you almost go back to the Nazis and the Jews kind of thing. The Jews were buyable. Nobody bought them.
Well, I know the Russians really kind of won World War II more than any other country because they, like the Eastern Front there, in the middle of like the brutal winter, and they sacrificed.
You have terrible.
5 million. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I don't like what you're saying anyway.
It's not that they won; it's just they sacrificed so much, And then they still became like the second power.
Oh, I'm just saying it was the Cold War was a propaganda war, and we won the propaganda war because, yeah, we had more money to waste on it. So, yeah, I mean, that's all it comes down to. Like I said, the only reason why Russia fell apart is because they kept putting in office artifacts who kept dying. And so then they wanted to put somebody younger in, and they put Gorbachev in, and whoops. That was a big mistake.
Well, yeah, they never really achieved true socialism or true communism. It was, I don't know.
Gary, you didn't think Gorbachev was a good leader?
Why not? I think Gorbachev sold the whole place out. I mean, it was great for Gorbachev to say, hey, let's get rid of all this ban against rock and roll, and let's get rid of all this bullshit. But, I mean, he just paved the road. I mean, he didn't even understand the principle. I mean, take down this wall. He should have said, no, we're not taking down the wall till these people who want to leave and steal our resources pay for them. I mean, he just didn't have the balls to make the argument. And so he let it fall apart.
What do you think of the leader after him? Was he even worse?
I mean, it's in any country is going to have this problem living in a world market, right? I mean, if we subsidize food for the poor, right, in this country, let's say we did that. Let's say we subsidize food for the poor. You know what the poor are going to do. They're going to get their cheap subsidized food, and then they're going to sell it in Canada, okay, because they can make a buck. I mean, people are basically little shitty weasels, and sometimes your civilization has to say, well, you're not going to be a shitty little weasel. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just we're just you can't just this idea that we can, it'll all gravitate to the lowest standards. So I mean, this open border shit really doesn't work, and as we can see, we're getting turned into a third world country. Other countries have problems, their people flee, come here, and try to turn our country into the shithole they left. I mean, they don't try to be Americans, they just decide, well, we'll call it Mexico.
I mean, wouldn't that piss you off at all?
Mexico. Yeah, Mexico. The United States of Mexico.
I mean, wouldn't that piss you off if all these people from the Middle East are moving in and now you're having all these bombings and, London and stuff like that? I mean, no one was.
Well, I'm just saying, I wouldn't let a religious kook. I wouldn't let a religious kook immigrate into. If I could make the rules, I'd say no. We have enough religious kooks. Thank you very much. If you're a religious kook, fuck off. Go somewhere else.
Bringing all that shit into my country.
Yeah, well, fuck the Christian lunatics too. I'm just saying, I wouldn't let any religious kooks into my country. If it was my country.
Well, I don't want to get into you about no religious debate. You know where that goes. Absolutely nowhere.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, well, that's a whole nother thing. We've letting all these fucking sciences turn into a laughing stock. Sorry, but that's all it is. It's a joke. Scientists have become ridiculous. Yeah, well, the Ukraine is just it's just kind of a silly country. It's like Canada. If Canada had to be a real country, and actually pay for its defense, and that we've provided for 100 years, it'd be a whole different story up there. But and so the Ukraine is the same kind of freeloaders. They've been freeloading forever, and now they say, well, we want to be independent and get all the money ourselves. But they don't have any infrastructure. They have no capacity to run their own show. So, they just think it's, oh, yeah, well, this running a country thing is bad. That's not hard. Yeah, they haven't got a clue. So what do? They had an election? They elected a billionaire? I didn't pay much attention, but wow, that makes a lot of sense. Your country has no money, and you elect a billionaire to run your country. Ah, clever. Occupy Wall Street was a joke. Let's fart at the rich people, and then our stinky farts will make them have to, leave work early. That was their fucking plan. Brilliant. So politically savvy. Well, you're not going to have a revolution with a bunch of lazy assholes who sit there and buy pizza for homeless people so they'll show up at your protest. I mean, really, if you think you're going to change the world with bullshit like that, yeah, I think you haven't got a clue. The rich people are going to hire the Terminator, okay? I mean, they're going to have some kind of Schwarzenegger Terminator coming for you. So you got to have a battle plan that's a little deeper than, well, let's pitch a tent. And we'll have some pizza and Coca-Cola, and then we'll go you rich people are booger heads. And then we'll call the cops bad names and see if we can pick a fight with them so we can get on TV, and it'll be fun. Yeah, some revolution. Yeah, all the spiritualists will show up and they'll all lay hands on each other. Ooh, I can feel your spiritual revolutionary nature. Ooh, you're a real rebel. Ooh. You want to play with my pee-pee? It was just the lamest revolution in the history of revolutions. Lie down on Wall Street. Take a nappy on Wall Street. Anyway, none of these people know anything about how anything works anyway. They're all fucking fed heads and polyites, and, they're no better than teabaggers. Yeah, well, there you go, right there. Hazy got it. Yeah, the Occupy guys haven't got any more of a clue than the teabaggers.
They got a lot in common with the teabag. I think that's one of the reasons why it failed. It got infiltrated by the libertarians, and it fucked up their whole, whatever their list of priorities got all screwed up. They couldn't agree on anything.
Well, they couldn't agree on anything. That's exactly the point, right? Yeah, well, rich people are bad. Well, except the ones that give me a job. Yeah. I mean, it's just hypocrisy and bullshit. They don't want to. They have no plan and no political strategy. So they have no. It's like Obama getting elected, right? He had no clue how to be president. He just wanted to be a president. He didn't have a plan.
I think a lot of those people too were like kids, like a couple years out of college from like the elite liberal universities in New York, and they end up with like $100,000 in student debt. And so, I mean, and then they can't find a job because they had like an English degree. So I think that's one of the reasons they were so frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, but being frustrated and being stupid, or they shouldn't have to go together, and these people just seemed incredibly stupid. No, I mean, if you ask them some simple thing, well, do you think we should have an inheritance tax? Well, no, that's the death tax, or you can't tell people they can't give their money to their kids. So I mean, they don't want to do anything to fix anything. They don't understand what makes the system that exists. So fuck them. They're idiots. I mean, unfortunately, their world's just littered with idiots.
They're also all anti-voting, so they had this idea they could change the system from the outside, but we know that's never really worked.
Yeah, and this, it's just the system isn't even that hard to fix, right? So they had no, that's just such an idiotic way of thinking you're going to fix a problem, by not showing up for the war. I'll just phone it in. I'll phone in my contribution. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, everybody's just a sellout to all this shit. Everybody's in love with their little Facebook and their little Google and all their little corporations. Twitter's my friend. Tells me so every day. Twitter says I look good. Twitter says I'm handsome. Twitter says so.
When Facebook first came around, I was like, you want to know where I am, who my friends are, what I'm thinking. Some faceless corporation, that can't be good. So
well, I'm just saying, why should we should have had that from the beginning anyway. If you would have chose to do that, why shouldn't we be able to choose to do that? But we shouldn't have to do it through some jackass corporation. What do we need a corporation to do that for? Indexing the internet? Oh, do we need corporations to do that? No, I don't think so.
Well, they're the most efficient ones.
Yeah, well, like I said, we know that's not the truth. It says that nobody wants to pay for anything. So, yeah, everybody wants it all for free, which means advertising, which means lowest common dumbass denominator. So everything's going to be for crooks and shysters and bullshit artists. That's going to be the definition of your fucking culture. Because you're not willing to say, no, I want a little better than that. I mean, it's just so stupid. Why don't we just give the public libraries to you know, Barnes and Noble. They obviously know more about books. They could do a much better job.
Well, Old Fan was talking about
telling us.
like Twitter, you know, like you have to, like Twitter starts firestorms or, you know, viral stuff. So, you know, maybe you could post your videos on Twitter or something. I don't know.
I was just pointing out how you can't be against the system by being owned by the system. So, yeah, no thanks for me personally.
No, I completely agree.
I'll play as little of this game as I have to.
Yeah, I understand, Old Fan.
No, anyway. It's all quite depressing. Anyway, next.
I was thinking of maybe
Yeah.
you and Nick could. Why don't you invite Nick on this tiny chat? See how that would work out.
Yeah, well, we've done live conversation in the past. He came to Stickcam in the old days. And, you know, it was kind of hostile, I have to admit, but, you know, it inevitably gets kind of hostile. So he didn't like it much, you know, and ran away. So, I mean, you know, I don't think it's his thing, and, you know. I mean, I think,
didn't have internet for a while. So
I mean, I think video. I don't see all that much value in these live conversations, frankly. I mean, it's, you know, for the amount of hours put in, you know, I don't know if there's much value gleaned out compared to, you know, arguments that can be exchanged in a video. I mean, in a video, you can lay it all out. The people can't interrupt you. You can stay on the subject, all that kind of shit. So in some respects, you know, minute per minute, you know, I would say there's more value in video per minute. I mean, there is a value to this in terms of, you know, you can get somebody on the hot seat and kind of, you know, burn them up till they're a cinder. So you can, you know, finish the job in a room like this. You can, you know, just burn somebody down. But
it's nice when you can respond in real time, though. Like if somebody's saying something about you, you could cut them off and correct them if they like straw man you or put words in your mouth. And that's one nice thing about you know, like your dialogues with Anton. That was like an hour and a half, but that was extremely content rich. You had a lot of substance there, and you could challenge him directly. You know, instead of making videos back and forth.
I think you're right.
Yeah, well, I mean, that only works because people have to have some kind of capacity to have that kind of conversation. I mean, Anton is at least not too reactive, and you know, I to his favor, and he does listen, so that's important too. But see, I mean, I could almost argue that you annoy the fuck out of me in conversation because you premise arguments, and then you pile the argument on top of those premises before somebody can say, well, just stop, okay? You made this stupid comment to set up your remark, and there's no point in having a preposterous premise and then saying what your argument is based on a preposterous premise. So if you don't we're really not going to, there's no point in you preaching at me after you've said something to premise your remarks that's ludicrous and stupid. And that,
I mean, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but next time I do it, cut me off and challenge me on my premise next time I do it,
I do it every fucking time you open your mouth just about. I have to interrupt you and say, shut up. You can't go any further because that's a pile of shit. So it happens almost every time. Almost every time.
Yeah, but you're never specific. You don't point it out specifically what you disagree with, because you haven't done that tonight at all. I don't know exactly what you disagree with me about tonight.
Yes, I have.
What did I say tonight that you disagree with? What's a bad premise I put forth tonight?
Well, I mean, you made the little snarky counter argument. Well, I didn't know the Russians did that, or some other stupid thing like that.
Right, because you said that their policy was that if they wanted to leave the country, they had to pay for their education. I was wondering if that was a real policy.
Yeah, it was a real policy that you could leave if you didn't mind paying to leave. Yes.
Yes. Well, I've never heard that. I'll have to go research it, but okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, no, it was there. You could do it if you wanted to pay for it. Nobody wanted to pay to get out because they were thieves and crooks and bums who wanted to sell their education to the, in the USA, to the capitalists.
Well, the first way I found in Mendham was just typing in philosophy on YouTube, and then I saw your dialogue with Anton. That was probably 4 or 5 years ago. And I saw that, and I saw how irritated Anton was, and I saw, well, yeah, maybe he's saying something worth listening.
Well, I'm just saying that I had the 2 or 3 conversations with Anton. I'm just saying that he's good at argument. He talks fast. You can get to a point with him. You can ask him a direct question, almost answer it. So I'm just saying he's good at conversation, being constructive in a sense, okay? I mean, yeah, I think obviously I don't think he had anything of value to counter-argue from my argument's point of view, but I'm just saying that at least he knows how to have a conversation, where most people don't.
Yeah, that was the first video I saw of Gary too. What really struck me, and the reason I agreed with Gary so much, is because right off the bat he was making the point that Anton was trying to confuse or trying to merge psychology with philosophy, and Gary had fundamental disagreement with that, which is that philosophy should be strictly about the pursuit of the truth, trying to establish objectivity, whereas Anton was more trying to come up with whatever makes you psychologically feel good.
Well, Anton is Mr.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between describing reality and describing what you feel. I mean, those are 2 different things. So, yeah, reality isn't a feeling.
Well, I saw a reply video from Professor Anton. He was like, you know what, Gary? I'm going to unsubscribe to you because, if you just want to wallow in the shit, well, go ahead and do that. It's just like, what? Why is he so upset about this? So then I started watching you. I started watching your videos, and sorry, he's speaking the truth,
Yeah, well, I mean, that was just sort of like I said. I mean, it's disappointing that it had to end with that much frustration, but it's perfectly understandable from Anton's position, right? I mean, he's basically in the business of selling woo-woo, and, I'm, trying to put the woo-wooers out of business. So, there's a point where there's just no practical where he can't go anywhere practically because he's selling crap, So, I mean, that's his job, selling crap. He gets paid to talk shit.
Well, that's the funny thing is that they don't know that.
I mean, they're not going to pay him. They're not going to pay him to tell kids that, your life is pretty much futile. If you don't die tomorrow, you're going to die the day after tomorrow. So what's the fucking point? You're going to lose in the end. And if you get what you want, then you're going to want something more, right?
Well, I listened to your videos about atheism, and then there's this new kind of atheist spirituality, and then just kind of, it's just reinventing the spiritual, and it's just like, you can't do that as an atheist. It's just, and that's what they're doing. thunderfoot or this glorification of science. And when you think about nature, it's not a pretty thing. And you were the only one talking about that on the whole interwebs.
Yeah, you're lagging quite a bit, but I got most of it, I suppose. Yeah, it is strange that nobody takes evolution seriously, right? I mean, it's just that, evolution's been around a long time now, right? Over 150 years, right? As a pretty much demonstrated reasonable theory of creation. And it's just amazing how little, how few people have taken it at all seriously, I mean, Darwin did to some respect. I mean, he lamented. He did write some laments. In his observations. That were pretty dark. About the function of the biomass. But I'm just saying, generally speaking, it's just that here you have this this mechanism that is just so parasitical. The attrition rates are obscene, and people just talk like it's. Oh, that's okay.
No, wait, it's glorious.
10,000 baby sea turtles die for every one that survives to maturity. Oh, 10,000 isn't that many. I don't mind dying 10,000 different ways. Oh, 10,000 different ways to die. Oh, eaten by a barracuda, eaten by a shark, eaten by a tuna, eaten by eaten, I mean, eaten by a seagull, eaten by a,
Well, then I found out that.
I mean, would you like to die 10,000 times for every time you get to have sex?
Well, then if you take your arguments to heart, you have to be a vegetarian, because, I mean, you just can't look at the truth, look at reality, and not be one. And that's when I started not.
Well, you have to at least. I would argue that you have to at least try. You have to at least try to moderate your consumption. Have some sort of discipline to it. Don't waste it. Don't do it when you don't have to, kind of thing. I don't know if you have to be a vegetarian, but you have to try.
You can't ignore it, and if you do ignore it, then you have to admit you're an asshole.
Should at least be against factory farming.
Well, I mean, admitting you're an asshole is easy. Yeah, well, I'm against poor people farming too. So I don't know what your alternative to factory farming is. The love farm. Yeah, we're the love farm. We pet and cuddle the pigs, and give them names and have a nice little relationship with them. And then, when they're 2 years old, we, slap them over the head with a frying pan and, split their gut.
That James Young Savant guy talks a lot about, like, even insects might feel pain. That's, wow.
Yeah, well, that's a door. Once if we can, like I said, it seems logical. I've made the point that anything that can learn likely feels. And, yeah, bugs can learn. They can't learn much, but they can learn left, right, hot, cold, they can learn. And if you can learn, you probably feel. Yeah, I don't get the whole mushroom thing. I just don't. Sorry. It's like the sushi thing. It's like a lot. It's just like, what the fuck, people? I don't get it. Mushrooms? Come on. Chewy crap. I mean, fuck. I just don't get it. Yummy? Yeah, I don't get it. Sorry. Like scallops. They taste like fucking bottom feeder food. I don't know how people eat that shit.
Yeah, on the topic of ethical veganism, I eat meat. I don't care about animals. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, it's not about caring. It's about acknowledging. It's about acknowledging their sentience. So you can say, "I don't care about Jews," so that means you can put them in a concentration camp. I don't care about stupid little punky, weaselly guys. So I think we ought to just kick them in the nuts and steal all their money.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I
just
see
a
that's...
stupid. It's a stupid argument, okay? What do you what you know? Why don't you just kill yourself if this is the best you can do?
I'm just
This
saying, like,
isn't
I
even
can't
good
help that I
trolling.
don't care.
You're so fucking obvious, okay? You're not even close to fooling anybody. Get a job, little weasel.
Fooling anybody that what?
Fooling anybody with what? Oh, I mean, what a joke. Oh God, I'm gonna insult their little animals, their precious little animals.
Well, you said it before, like, you know, vegans can be real assholes or they can be real preachy, but you're doing it as a protest, you know, just kind of saying, like, I don't agree with this, I'm not going to participate in it, and yeah, I know I can't make a big difference, but you just have to do it. If you know the truth, you know the reason for it, you just don't do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's no way to deny all this stuff, and so then, but the opposite reaction, you know, the reaction of some people is this nihilist, this fake nihilism, you know, where it's nihilism for everyone but me. You know, yeah, it's in everybody else's backyard but mine. I mean, that strategy is so vacant, you know, so empty. Like somehow I can just pretend it doesn't matter that I'm a disgusting hypocrite.
Yo, Gary, how are you doing?
Pretty cranky as usual. Can't you see it in my eyes? Cranky eyes.
You look like a zombie, do not God. White Walker indeed.
The Chinese do some nutty shit. I think they have it at a zoo and they wanted to have a lion, so they like glued a mane on a dog. You know, called it a lion. Oh, I mean, Jesus Christ. I don't think I froze. I'm just being still and quiet, peaceful. Yeah, well, they don't do all that much of that dolphin. I mean, that's another one of these tradition things, you know. They're just, you know, they just want to be on TV.
Well, I have to go. Gary, thanks for being so easy on me. This is my first time camming up, as I said, and I'll try to make a video for the next couple of days and upload it, so thank you.
Yeah, well, post me a link and such when you do, and, you know, in the comment section somewhere or something, and I'll subscribe and video watch and such.
Yeah, I comment sometimes, but yeah, now I'm back in the U.S., so I have a better connection. But yeah, if you'd like, I'll send you a PM or something like that. But yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, well, just post in the comments, too. It doesn't matter. Nobody's on subject in the comments anyway, so. Yeah, you just say,
Well, do you read the comments?
I made a video.
Do you ever? I mean, you get a lot of comments. Do you read your comments?
Yeah, I make response videos sometimes, reading the comments. But I'm just saying, most of the comments are shit, so, you know, comments aren't very interesting.
Okay. Well, thank you. Have a good night.
Yep. Thank you. Likewise and such. We'll do it again and whatnot. No, what's the chick's name here? Hello, Melanie. Hello, Melanie. Okay, yeah, it's not. It's just like, what? Hello, what's that guy's name? Ziggy? Hello, hello something. Hello, Kitty. Yeah, hello, Kitty. Yeah, that's it. Never mind. Well, I remember there was some sort of hello thing in the world. I guess it was that Hello Kitty thing. I need a drink. No, I cannot not use the invert filter. It gives me power. Or I must have power. Oh, shit. Sorry, allergy thing. I'll turn the filter off a little bit. Just for you. I put on the little pretty thingies. There. There's nothing pretty there. Well, how about 4 of me? Maybe that'll be good. Yeah, that's no good. These filters suck. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. Black and white for a while, maybe. Yeah, there's really no good filters. Let's see what the smiley face ones are. Oh, there are all these distorting things. Yeah, I don't like distorting. Are
you on LSD?
Why would somebody use this? Why would somebody use this filter? What the fuck good is this filter? Oh, I like this one. Oh, it's kind of lame. No, there. Okay, now it's okay. No, not quite. Yeah, I thought it was better than it is. Sucks.
Are you on shrooms?
No, they suck. Oh, whatever. Are you an asshole? Yes, you are. I'll answer for you.
I'm just not.
You're an asshole. Okay, I get you. Fly away. Fly away, little starling. Fly away. Bye-bye. All right, there. We'll just go with this little bibble-babbly stuff temporarily to make the chicks happy. Are you happy now? Hmm? Hmm? You happy? Hmm? Hmm? Happy? Yeah, it was one of those chicks that told me to turn the filter off, right? Yeah. Oh, Jesus. See, yeah, it was her. So yes, I'm entirely pussy whipped. No, I don't really enjoy a good cup of tea. I mean, I suppose if you put enough sugar in it, it's drinkable, but yeah, I'm really not a tea guy. I did drink tea before I started drinking coffee, but, nicotine and caffeine do go together, but I don't know. Tea is just kind of, just doesn't do it. I knew the world was going to end in 24 hours. I'd relax. Yeah, I'd say, oh, good, I don't have to worry about this shit anymore. So, I guess I'd find somebody to have a little hanky wank with and call it a day. So I guess I just pretty much fuck a few times and then go take a nap and, yeah, die in my sleep. Don't irritate me, people. You're not going to waste my comment section talking about fucking tea. I mean, fuck you.
It's okay. I've heard about this ring. Once you disagree with this guy, you get banned anyways.
You know, once you don't put your head on straight, you get all called a crooked-headed Arkansas trailer trashy peak slob.
Well, hell, your wig is on wrong. Why don't you put your wig on right, and then we'll talk some shit over you. Look, you know, like, you think you're getting fucked up the ass by literals, and like, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
I'm a sweaty, heavy retard.
You don't get fucked up the ass too much. You don't know, them brain signals are all haywire, dude.
Crazy
You might want to
incesteroid. Crazy incesteroid. Goddamn incesteroid.
You're my cousin.
That incesteroid. I like that. Incesteroid. Yeah, I invented another word. He's an incesteroid. Anyway. So, Tween Tro guy, how you doing?
I'm okay.
You look relaxed. Yeah, you look relaxed. You look calm.
Same old.
Grounded. Well, it's good then. That's the way you generally are, relaxed and mellow, peaceful. That's good.
Yeah, maybe I look relaxed, but I'm not really. My throat's kind of sore, and my mind is never okay.
Okay. Well, good. So at least now we know. Okay.
Yeah, same old.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you are drifting off the camera. Whoops, now you're back. Okay. Yeah. See if you can keep your head above water. See if you can manage it. So, where the hell were we? I don't remember. Go back to insulting the English. Yeah, that'll piss off Chad. Oh.
The stupid English. They talk funny and have bad teeth.
You know,
Bad teeth,
yeah,
crooked teeth.
yeah.
Yes, I'm Irish. You got it right.
Yeah.
You got me. I'm from Ireland. You can't tell.
And they have really bad haircuts too.
Doesn't everyone have a bad haircut now?
Well, some more than others.
I mean, they're pulling the spiky hair and I don't know, shave half your head and have the other half, like, kind of to the side, and the mohawks, all that crazy stuff.
Well, I'm just saying, it seems like the English have more bad hair than anybody else on earth. That's all. It just seems that way. Anyway, I'm going to get something to drink.
Hey, I'm sexy now. People think I'm sexy.
Yeah, well, people think a lot of crazy shit. No,
I'm crazy. I don't know about sexy.
Crazy shit. Yeah, well, whatever. You're way too crazy for me to fuck. I know that.
Yeah. I guess for a lot of people I am.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, yeah. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm kind of stupid.
Okay, hair probably isn't any better than tea, but, you know, that'll be my retort. But, yeah, I win the argument, right? I mean, but always wins, right?
So did I miss
Yay
anything?
for but.
Did I miss anything interesting in the first 2 hours?
Well, it was only an hour and 48 minutes. Yeah, no, it wasn't bad. I mean, you probably did miss something, but, you know,
Was there a lot?
wasn't as lame as usual.
Was there an argument about going to Mars?
No, nobody good showed up for arguing. There was a guy who was agreeable and new to anti-natalism, kind of agreeing with it kind of thing, so that was good. And,
Hello there.
Hey.
Hello, Turtle.
yeah, you already,
Hello,
you already
Gary.
did that. You already said hello.
Hey,
You
how's
already
Florida?
said that shit.
How's Florida treating you?
No,
great.
we're not going to talk about Florida. We're not going to talk about
Yeah,
Florida.
sorry.
No.
Did you ever?
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the motherfucking Lord, loud.
Oh, whatever. Gee, you're so funny. I mean, the comedians on Tiny Chat are some of the funniest people on earth, aren't they?
So, Ocean, did you have to stand your ground this week?
What's that?
Did you have to
Well,
stand?
don't be asking him questions. Shut up. Stop it. Twin 12 guy, you got to learn certain little rules. You don't ask idiots any questions, ever. No questions to the idiots.
He's the class clown.
It doesn't matter. I don't care about anything he's going to say is not going to be meaningful or relevant to me. So it's no point in provoking vocalizations from his department because none of the vocalizations will have any use or meaning whatsoever.
Okay.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, see? See, there's a use? No use.
Yes, Lord Vader.
Shut up.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Quiet. Peace and quiet. It's the best conversation you can have with a human being. You shove an apple in their mouth. Anyway, where was I? Drink. Something to drink. Alright, so now, between 12 guy, you may engage in useless banter with people if you choose.
It's my room now.
Until I return.
A minute. So did you have to stand your ground? Ocean?
Oh, yeah. I sleep in the floor.
All the way from Finland?
Yeah, from Finland.
Yeah. That's pretty neat. So anything? Yeah.
I love it.
Anyone have any questions? I don't know what to say.
It happens.
What? You have a question for me? You may ask me.
Well, Gary can bring other girls here.
Okay, it's not my room anymore. I can't say anything.
Good. We weren't getting anywhere anyway. Anyway, I guess we have to get serious again here. Okay, where were we?
Conversation.
What is a light year?
The distance light travels in a year is a light year. Pretty easy. It's right in the name.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of backwards in the name.
Mm-hmm.
They should call it a year of light. Yeah, year of light.
Mm. How many millions of miles does light travel? The exact number?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
The speed of light. Mm.
Cheers, bro.
Yeah,
Cheers.
right. I always do the minute thing, which confuses me. But it's a lot of miles, ain't it? 186,000 miles per second. That means it can, in 1 second, it can go around the world like more than 10 times. More than 20 times.
But you probably wouldn't make it one time because you disintegrate, right?
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. A little bit of lag. Couldn't quite hear you. Gotta talk slowly or...
You wouldn't make it one rotation because you disintegrate immediately or almost immediately, right?
Blah, 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 immediate. Blah, 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 immediately, all right? Yeah, no, can't do it.
Am I lagging for anyone else?
Hello, room.
Yes.
How are you doing tonight, guys? I do not God just like
Yeah, well, I think... Oh, whatever. You're hilarious. Oh, look, Mr. Masthead. You dress as Barney the dinosaur?
You kicked him.
Anyway.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at
exactly.
that. Look at that. Nice.
Well, there you go. That's just too much fun there, too, isn't it?
Squirt some milk out
Mushy
of him.
smush.
Yeah, squirt some milk out of him.
Man, human beings are scary motherfuckers.
You know, we're not going to kick the woman showing her boobies.
Scary.
Oh, I don't want to do
Yeah,
that.
I am. That ain't even normal. I mean, fuck. Jeez.
So it's titty night?
Gotta come to the show with some stuff. Let's see what this guy's got. A little dancing. We got a better dancing man. He's got some tattoos, though. That's pretty fucked up. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Tommy from the Bronx all tattooed up. Kind of weird. Lost a lot of weight, though. Yeah. Well, it's really kind of boring. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's a little more interesting. Yeah, way too much foreplay there, buddy. Come on, get to your business.
No, you see the
Come on
woman?
already.
This is for all the ladies. It's for all the ladies. I ain't gonna pull out my birds out, so you don't gotta ban me. I won't do that. I'm not that disrespectful.
Yeah, well, you're going to make everyone
Blang,
leave.
blang, 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 blang. Blang, 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 blang. Blang, 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 blang. All right, so where were we?
You might have
Smiling California chick. All them California
I walk in, then I turn up. In, then I turn up.
Seems like a lot of happy people live in California. Happy girls, especially. I remember California from Stickam? Yeah, I miss her. Ah, we lost that one too. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Anyway. It is kind of a messy room here. People are just popping in and out.
Well, that's the fun of it.
No, I think we gotta have like a door and they have to like knock and then we can say who's there. We can say, you know, troll. We can say, go to hell, fucker.
Well, you know, or they'll throw eggs at the door.
No, whatever. I don't think that'll work.
They're trolling.
Yeah, well, whatever. 5.2 earthquake. I ain't much. Yeah, well, I mean, of course, the East Coast is where civilization started, right? So,
Yeah, I mean, that's why they call it the Wild West.
yeah, the wild and stupid and smelly West.
And it's hot, and there's scorpions and snakes everywhere.
Yeah, and all them gay people and shit.
Yeah,
Mexican.
in San Francisco,
Yeah.
where Mr. Natural
Tree
lives.
huggers. Yeah, all them tree huggers.
Yeah, with long beards.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Cowboys.
Hollywood people.
Yeah, self-righteousness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where all the hippie hipsters move. So if you move there, you're just as bad.
And also,
Yeah. Well, it's a nice place to visit, but yeah, well, I actually would like to live there. San Diego was really nice, I have to conclude.
I mean, it's nice and warm. I'm sure you like that.
Yeah, like every day. Like really nice every day.
No snow, no nothing.
Yeah, it's good.
I mean, you could just, you can just move to Florida, and just have the same season year round.
Florida's got a lot of bugs in it.
Yeah, no, I guess in about 3 decades it's going to be underwater. At least a lot of the coast is. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess then they'll have shrimp all over it or something.
I mean, you could always move back to you can move back to Baton Rouge. It's nice and warm there.
Yeah, it's lots of bugs there too. Fuck it. For the time being, I'll just stay where I is.
In the woods.
Well, I do prefer red wine over white, but I'm not drinking wine. Coke in a wine glass. I mean, Jesus. You can pour all kinds of things in glasses, People are funny. That's what it is. It's a Coke. Mr. Natural sitting on old fan. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Well, I'm sitting here with a blank piece of paper, and maybe I'll turn the light on. Maybe that'll do something. Wow, look at that. Pretty impressive. Got them all green. Green. Oh, we lost the chick.
What's up, you fucking retard?
Oh, wake up, you fucking retard. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, I'm doing my stick. Oh, yeah. My, little funny little fat guy stick. Yeah. Oh, funny fat guy. Funny fat guy. Look, I'm kind of roundy.
There's no skit here. Only you talk.
Oh, yeah, I think there's a stick. Yo. Anyway. Oh, whatever. I think it's...
He is the best one. He is the best one. His is the best. It's not like everyone else's. He's unique.
Well, whatever. Lasted 3 weeks. Pretty damn good.
I mean, that's all you need. Between your breaks and
I think
cigarettes.
it's all right.
Well, it saves me $1 zillion a year, so yeah, it's working out pretty good. So I should do something with this conversation, should bend it into some sort of form of substance and meaning.
So how's your week been?
Oh, damn you. It's been an average week, I'm afraid.
You've made a lot of economy videos. That must have been fun.
Yeah, not really.
No.
It's been kind of boring on
really
my end.
Yeah, well, your videos aren't very well titled, and they're not specific, and you kind of ramble around, and yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just, my opinion of your videos is not quite too much different. Yes.
Okay then. Yeah, good. It's good that it is. It's sort of important that.
I'm just talking about your economy videos. They're kind of long and drawn out. It's like, oh, money, cash, checks, banking.
Kind of.
Yeah,
Sit
but
in my
some of
basement
that.
and drink. I don't know how that fits into antinatalism.
Unfortunately, that's sort of necessary. Yeah, I don't know what that guy said.
Yeah, well, you got to do what you got to do, I guess, right? So.
Well, it's sort of an important subject.
Gas plants.
Oh, whatever. Shut up. You interrupted me. Go drink somewhere else.
Fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up. That's a stupid thing to say to me. I have this shutting you up power.
We'll kick you out.
Well, I mean, it's just so stupid. You shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Have you heard the new theory on the origin of life? Oh, please, don't give me a headache.
It's my room. So what's up?
What's up?
What's up, battle? What's up, sup? I win. The end. Yes, congratulations to me. I am special. Well, this is kind of boring.
He'll be back.
Oh, he's already back. He's me now. I sucked him into my screen. Can't you tell? He's one with me now. I'll spit him back out in a minute or so for you. I won't declare when. I'll spit him out. See, he's out now.
Yeah. Oh, whatever that means. But whatever. Yeah, I think I'll put my filter back on. Yeah, I was better with that. Yeah.
I like it.
Anyway. All right. So I have a blank piece of paper here. So the fucking mission statement is, let's see, 7 billion people on Earth.
7.2.
6.99999 billion of them are retarded.
Like ocean.
Okay, that's the dilemma. Well, you know, I said retarded, not what was the not developmentally. He's more like
Challenged?
developmentally.
Challenged.
Yeah, it's more than a challenge. It's more than a challenge.
Impossibility?
It's an absolute defeat.
Impossibility.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen Natural Born Killers. Good stuff. I mean, just bizarre to watch, right? Bizarre movie to watch. But know what I saw? I saw the remake of. Did pretty good. I have to concede he was okay as, you know, Rooster Cogburn or whatever. But the ending, they totally fucked that movie with the ending. It was so bad, and you're just like, why did they change the ending? I mean, it just sucked.
So you're trying to say you're a bottom?
So I'm trying to what?
He says you're a bottom.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know why he's on Earth. Please die of something soon. Fuckhead. Yes, please do. Thank you.
I have sunglasses disease. Wearing sunglasses on the inside.
Just something, please. Yes, walk into the wall and get a hematoma and diarrhea. Yeah, well, whatever. Something, anything. I'm so sick of people. Ah, there we go. I look at you. You guys. Wait up. I look you up.
It says, I look up to God. She looks up to God. It's her hero.
Oh, cool. I wonder if she looks up to the donut god. Is the donut god a good enough god? Is the donut god good enough? You do that little sexy one eye thing. Yeah, I'm gonna seduce her with my one eye thing. Hypnotize. It does hypnotize me. Yep. Makes me take a deeper look. Anyway. Yeah, you may be in the wrong room. Well, it's possible. It seems kind of right for me. I mean, I'm feeling good about it. But, yeah, you know. Not really the looking.
Staying. That's how it works.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Where the hell was I? Oh yeah, so I was back to, okay, so there's 6.999 billion people, and they're all retarded. And so the job is to make all the retarded people not retarded. So how do we do that?
We kill them.
Oh, yeah.
Kill all of them.
Yeah. That's easy. I mean, it seems like the straightest, easiest line solution. I mean, reforming all the retards, I mean, it just seems like so much work. You know, if we go back in time and, you know, kick all their mothers in the uterus, so that would be good, but, you know, then our boots will get all dirty.
Yeah, there's too many of them. They're too stupid already. So, I mean, that's the only reason.
Yeah, it's all, yeah, there really isn't any point. We just have to nuke them from space.
Yeah, we might have to go with them, though. That's the bad part. But I think that's kind of good.
Yeah, I don't mind being vaporized. That really doesn't scare me too much, the old vaporizing.
Yep.
I mean, in the time it takes, you know, a photon of light to go around the Earth and, you know, twice, and I'm gone. You know.
Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. It's just like family sleep and then just never waking up again. That's always a nice way. But it's probably not going to happen that way, unfortunately.
Well, that's very nice of her to wish us all a great night. Have a great night. I'm on Earth. How the fuck am I going to have a great night?
Kind of empty tonight.
Yeah, it's about average, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's getting worse by the week.
Yeah. Oh, you're pretty complainy and whiny tonight.
Yeah,
Kind of a downer.
Yeah.
Kind of a bummer.
I guess so.
Mm.
I mean, you know, you talk to me, and you know, there's no one else talking, so it's better than nothing, right? Oh, wait, no, that's worse than nothing.
I don't know if you're just going to be whiny and bitchy and moany. I don't know if it's better. I'm pretty much thinking maybe I should just kick you because you're just being a little Debbie Downer. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Sheesh. Shit. All right, so you people have absolutely no ideas on how to reform all the retarded people on Earth. No useful advice.
I don't know. Round them into concentration camps? I don't know.
Well, look, we probably have to deal with something called words, okay? So we probably have to use words.
You got to take them to a right school to teach them.
You'll be the best teacher.
Well, I mean, school? Do you really need a school for that? I mean, you know.
Well, you can make it a class in school that everyone has to take, like Spanish, you know.
Well, yeah, so we got to make, like, if we make a video, like, 3 chicks, 1 banana, and then we could, like, put intelligent little sayings written into the, like, on the dildos and different things. You could have little, you know, sayings like, precious commodities controlled by brute forces. You know, little stuff like that. Yeah, in the middle of the porn film. Maybe that would work.
Yeah, you have to find a porn film you can do that to, though.
Yeah, oh, I should be able to make one of those.
Okay. Just find find a rubber vagina and you can do it there.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to tune in for that.
You never know. You know, people tune in, you know, to videos on YouTube with guys sticking fingers in their knee, you know, between their legs and pretending it's butt cheeks. I mean, they get views that way. Just put a little antinatalist saying there, and you might get a lot of views.
Yeah, I don't know. Sounds lame and weak.
Yeah, it's more like a viral video thing.
Yeah, I gotta think it's something smarter than that. Let's see.
You could show them something traumatizing that might change their mind on their own.
Yes, but that seems, yeah, that also seems like a cheat, but yeah, it's trauma. It causes them mental trauma.
Yeah, I guess do I mean, you could do it. This is a way to do it. You do it. You know how people would go to sex, you know, for like comfort and everything. Make it a traumatizing sex act that makes them never want to have sex again.
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't sound too good.
Or have babies at least, you know.
Yeah, well, maybe I could take a baby and turn it inside out and show them how yucky it is inside. And then they go, ooh, I don't want to have one of those. It's all full of guts and goop.
Yeah, you know how in science class they let you dissect cats and things like that? Maybe you should just have a human baby.
Yeah. Just point out how gross it is.
Dried up human baby, yeah. That traumatized a lot of people. Yeah, science class, antinatalist science philosophy class, where you dissect babies.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't work for people though. People have already seen all this stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not like life. It's like people. They already know life is gross, but they've become acclimated to the gross.
Yeah, yeah, they get used to it and they act like it never happened to begin with.
Gary will never beat common opinion. Gee, you're just another downer.
Well, what you're saying is we should just give up then at that point, but we're not going to give up.
Well, you're sounding pretty give-uppy. But yeah, I'm
No.
not giving up. You naysayers will not defeat me.
Yeah, the naysayers are the ones on your side, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, well, it's the way it works, unfortunately. Like I said, my cult kind of sucks. A bunch of losers and...
Well, you mentioned that you liked Jim Jones, right? You can get a cult and become famous that way, and try something like that. And
no, but he had a cult that was a bunch of losers too. That's why they kill themselves is because they're all useless losers.
yeah, but we can try it better and try to become famous, and maybe we'll spread the word that way.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying though, you gotta have some kick-assers. You can't have a bunch of wimp-assers.
That's right. We need to get a celebrity to say something.
Well, that always helps.
Well, when I become a celebrity, I'll spread the word for you.
Well, thank you for that. I'll hold you to that one.
Okay. I won't let you down, sir.
Yeah, well, they're only life affirmers because they're stupid. So I'm just saying that all we're doing, we're saying, okay, there's like this little tiny bit of information you need to understand, right? It doesn't take much information. What do you got to know? A little bit of evolution, a little bit of psychology, and you get it. You say, oh, I get it. I'm addicted to everything. Oh, yeah. It's not complicated. So to say, oh, you can't change people's brains. Yeah, you can.
Well, I mean, in many cases, once a person makes a mistake.
How can it be intellectual choice? I mean, how can you be a life affirmer by intellectual choice when it's completely idiotic? It's illogical.
Well, yeah, the intellectual choice is only one choice in the end of the day, and that's either right or wrong.
Oh, it was a fake Fiona. Fiora. Yeah, it had another extra R in it. Or it had, I don't know, that one has 3 R's. I don't know. 2 R's, 3 R's, who knows?
Maybe we need to explain more clearly why life isn't that great. Maybe that might help.
Well, I think we've explained why it's not great. Again, the point is that people are satisfied with not great. So we have to make them understand why being satisfied with not great is lame.
Did somebody ask for a celebrity?
Yes, yeah, you get us the celebrities. Get us the celebrities. We'd all appreciate it, right?
Well, I think he's counting himself as a celebrity. It's Mr. Natural, the celebrity. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Paul's Ego and Mr. Natural, yes.
Paul's Ego? Yay.
Are you?
So you know a lot of celebrities. You can get them to come in this room and chat with us, right?
Yeah. What do you want to know?
Which ones do you know and how many?
Yeah, which ones are cheap? yeah, which ones will work for whatever I got to sell?
Just one week.
Well, you'd be surprised if it work for a favor or just for friendship.
Well, I can do that. I can kiss a celebrity ass. Well, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we could get Mel Gibson to do it for us. That might help.
Mel Gibson, he's fucking insane.
That's the point, right?
I think Mel would consider the rest of us too Jewish.
Hmm. Oh yeah, wait. He has like 8 kids.
Mel Gibson. Well, I was just going to point out to you that he only has like 14 kids or something.
Yeah, he has 8 kids. Man, that's a lot of kids.
Well, I got to count the ones he's had with all the other women too. So 8 as long as they're counting. No.
Yeah, but see, if we convinced him.
Lousy antinatalists. Most artists I know are pretty lousy antinatalists. I mean, Bach had 26 children.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's a lot of kids.
The horniest people in history.
Yeah, well, that's really bad.
So, can you get Bach to come in here? Yeah, raise him from the dead.
Yeah, it really kind of pisses me off because, you know, I've been listening to his Air thing, right? Bach's Air.
Yeah. We should get Vincent Van Gogh to come in here, too. That'd be pretty neat. You know, get like a little still image of him.
Yeah, well, Van Gogh is a pretty good depressive. That's for sure.
And I think he only had one child, too. I think he believed in antinatalism.
Yeah, I don't think he had any kids at all, to tell you the truth.
I think he went to do a lot of horror.
He lived with a whore. Yeah, he lived with a whore for about 3 or 4 years, and she had a kid.
Yeah, he took care of her.
Yeah, mostly hookers, I think. And, of course, they know that condoms are for not having babies, not just STDs.
Hmm. Yeah. They didn't.
For protection.
I don't. Did they procreate more 200 years ago when they didn't have condoms? Maybe they did. Mm.
Well, they had more kids, but the kids died a lot more, so, you know, the attrition rate was higher, so, you know, you could always no one's going to arrest you if you threw a baby in a garbage can back then, so.
Yeah, I guess not. They wouldn't be reported.
Pepys' diary. Even back as far as Pepys' diary, you can see people use condoms mostly for birth control. Even people who had STDs would often sleep with hookers who had STDs, but they would still use condoms not to have babies.
Mm.
Yeah, well, I think obviously they invented them to not have babies.
I guess they used.
But
Yeah, I guess they used the thing they wrapped around sausages to use as condoms back then.
I don't even want to talk about what the fuck they did. The whole thing is so goddamn disgusting. You're like, I wouldn't even bother having sex. I mean, I'd rather fuck my own elbow.
Yeah.
Pretty disgusting the things they used back then, but they didn't call it a condom. They called it a jacket, which is where the term jacket came from.
Yeah, I think that's what the English still call it, right? They call it jackets. I don't know, I'm just joking.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. I just wouldn't be bothered. I'd have a peaceful yank by myself and put a dead cat on my fucking dick.
No, I mean, yeah, that's the end. I mean, you know, it's all, you know, once you're satisfied, I mean, you don't really care how you did it once you're already satisfied. So if you jerk off, I mean, that's just as good as if you had sex, in a way.
Well, psychologically, you have to be in the right frame of mind for that to work, obviously. So, you know, it's a psychological thing. So, you know.
Yeah, you just blow the load on the chest. Yeah, but you have to worry about it throughout having sex, the entire sex act. It's not just.
Good evening. How are you?
That's the first question I usually ask. I ask, you want chest or face, man? That's it. Just ask the question, then do the deed.
Yeah, but you have this thing called pre-cum that comes out during sex.
Oh, dear.
Okay, I'll stop. You just got to be careful throughout the whole thing.
I don't know if you have to be all that careful. I'm just saying that it's all a head game anyway, so that's the point of it. The head game, head game, head game, head game, head game, head game. This head. This one.
Yeah. Because without your head, you wouldn't be
Well, it's head game squared. The big head has got to learn to take care of the little head and overrule it occasionally. If you're not that kind of person, nobody can say any goddamn thing to you.
Well, I'm just saying that the whole point is that it's all an illusion in a sense. That we're in our own matrix. Even if we're not in the matrix, we're in our own matrix. And there's no fucking spoon. Okay? Vagina's vagina. You know, it all doesn't matter. It's where your head is all that matters. So, I mean, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Something has to be processing something. And the process is happening through a filter, which is our brain, which is processing an interaction with the environment.
Masturbating is, you know, not having proper sex, then you have an attitude like it's insufficient or it's not a proper thing to do. Yeah, then you'll reinforce that and make the experience less than complete and satisfying. But if you just delude yourself that it's no different, then you're going to have just as good a time.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're masturbating, at least you know how fast you want it, how tight you want it.
It's so irrelevant. How fast or tight. Well, I mean, you know, what the hell does that even mean? It doesn't even mean anything to me. I mean, I don't walk around going, gee, my grip is weak. We'll have a weak grip. Gotta adjust my tightness.
We all know ourselves better than we know anybody else. Autoeroticism is what we spend most of our life doing.
Well, I'm just saying, you really can just go places in your own head with it, so, you know, it's just a sensual act that has a, you know, physiological blah, blah, blah orgasm experience tied to it. And, yeah, it's all what your brain is doing to work yourself into the mood.
When you're my age, it's a lot easier to realize that it doesn't mean a hill of beans in the long run.
Last week, I was talking to Gary.
I plan on not reaching your age. Without that hill of beans, man, shit. My pockets is empty.
Any way I can help, Gare, just send me a PM.
Yeah, well.
Oh, yeah. They like calling you Gear Bear, right? It's the Gear Bear.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Of antinatalism. Of ethylism.
Yeah, Mr. Natural, I was talking to Gary last week about pulsars being able to be, science be able to predict where they're going to be. And it was quite astonishing because it reevaluates the quant or the virtual reality theory.
You're retarded.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you said, but I have a comment. Many years ago, I was involved in helping to set up a Cray computer, back then called supercomputers, for the San Francisco Weather Bureau. And they were thinking they could predict weather if they were able to create a lot more data. The more data they could collect from more weather stations around, the more accurately they thought they could predict the weather. And what they found when they spent billions of dollars putting in these Cray computers, they were receiving so much data that they couldn't figure out jack shit. They had to put filters on it and filter back the data so they could start to make predictions. You see, the more you know about something, the least you can control it.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that entirely. I mean, obviously you have to have facilities to process information, and it depends on what your time scales are. So if you need an answer within a limited period of time, you obviously have to filter because you have more data than you can process. But I mean, theoretically, you can, obviously, if you could modularize it and take your time, more data is always better than less data.
Well, what they're kind of seeing now in computers is there's what they call domains of, or you could think of them as layers of information. If you have too much and you can't process it, you can't do anything practical with it. There's a certain amount of information you need to actually do something. And to overdo that doesn't really give you any more results. It just
Well, I'm just
costs
saying
more.
information is information, so I'm just saying, my argument is just that the more information just means you're narrowing and more precisely defining your probabilities and your results. And so whether you're validating some conclusion or whether you're dissecting out of something more relationships, I'm just saying more information is better than less information. It's just a matter of time, if you have time to process it. If you don't have time to process it, obviously information just gets in your way. I think
Hello,
I
Kyle.
got rid of whatever it is, Red Star, yeah, I got rid of him. He's an idiot.
I do have a little bit of a report on the experiments I've been doing. Interested?
Sure, let's hear it. I want videos.
We'll get to that. Some of the people I've been talking to don't want to be put on videos. I'm trying to get a hold of my friend Nancy Gorglione, who runs Cherry Studios out here. You can look her up on the internet. She is one of the best holographers in the Bay Area, and she is one of the few people that does live action. Most people take photographs of dead things because they don't vibrate or move. When you get the laser beam bright enough to photograph people that are moving in real time, it's also dangerous enough to fry people. So they have to use very short timing to do that. And then what happens is you can't find lithographic film with a low ASA and a very high density of grains, which you need for holographic photography. But mostly I was talking with them about these experiments, about the split thing that they see on the internet. And their one complaint that every holographer had was that, how do these people get rid of the vibration? Nancy showed me a real helium neon laser going through a pinhole and then spreading, and I saw this beautiful plate, a lithographic plate that she had, that had this gorgeous dancing red light that was kind of cherry, which is where she gets the term cherry graphics from. It looks like little tiny bright cherries that are bouncing around on the screen. When you see that light spread out over the screen and it's on what's called a stable table, what you get is a very pure, solid red light that looks like little tiny speckles running all over it, but a very even, solid red across the whole screen. So then she showed me, she just leaned over and said, hello, into the optics, and all of a sudden you could see on the screen an interference pattern. Just talking in the room created an interference pattern on the interferometer, so that much vibration is enough to screw up everybody's experiments. So she said it starts there. If people are not using a stable table, there's no way of ruling out any kind of mechanical or sound vibration that's interfering with the experiment.
Yeah, your mic's too loud. But I know you can have limited power to control that, but, it's too loud. Anyway, I mean, it's an interesting, I don't know enough about, there's the whole timing thing, like whether a sound vibration would have a high enough frequency, it'd have to be only the high frequency sound, I would imagine, that would be disruptive enough to affect a photon, But I mean, the idea that the matter's jiggling in its own right, just from its own atomic structure, I think is, like I said, anything adding more energy, anything adding any energy to the bouncing ball, right? It's already a bouncing ball. Any vibration you add to that is going to make it more and more eccentric in its vibration, right? So, I mean, theoretically, if you had a ball bouncing in a regular sine wave, you could almost have any interference. Anything could create something eccentric in that bounce. So, that just seems like, that's likely part of the explanation, right? And especially with the material that's the focus of the two-slit experiment, which is the little tiny thin piece of material. And obviously that little thin piece is going to have more susceptibility to any vibration than the thicker outside walls. So the outside walls are going to be, any vibration is going to be dampened, where the little thing, like a string, is going to vibrate much easier.
Yeah, I asked her about the parameters on this. Now, she's talking in terms of angstroms. So an angstrom she defines as the diameter, or the radius, I mean, from the center of the proton to the electron in a hydrogen atom. That much distance is 1 angstrom. She said if the screen vibrates between 1 or 2 angstroms, and if the table is vibrating between 1 or 2 angstroms, then you'll see rings or dark spots in which the reference beam is interfering with itself. You don't even have to have a secondary reference beam. Just the single reference beam that should create a very pure red screen, you'll start to see little rings or dark spots, and every one of those dark spots is some kind of mechanical vibration.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we got it sort of nailed in the sense that it takes very little energy to vibrate a very fine fiber, let's say. So you need more and more energy the thicker the rope. So if we just use a rope as an example, to wiggle a big, thick rope would take a lot of energy to put any kind of vibration into it. Where if it's a very thin, I just flick my finger and I vibrated it. So that's probably, a piece to this. Again, it's the idea that the slit itself is so thin that it's going to be susceptible to an awful lot of vibration. So any vibration in the table is going to be accentuated in the whatever you call the thing, the slit. The thing in between the slits is going to be much more susceptible to influence by vibration.
I asked her if the photon can also be affected by the matter. For instance, if the slit were made out of smoke as opposed to 2 pieces of iron, would that make a difference? And she said it makes all the difference in the world. So you're right that the photon, as it's moving through the hole, is affected by the gravity of the matter around it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gravity, in the sense that I would say that, gravity is obviously a very weak force at that atomic level, but it would be the electromagnetic forces. So, I mean, it'd be the static electrical forces that would be the strong ones.
That was the other thing she said. The electrostatic forces are 22,000 times greater than the force of the matter of the electron itself.
Because, I do know, I don't have extensive knowledge of all this electrical crap, but I do know that charge does accentuate on, like say if you have an uneven surface, the charge will gravitate, be stronger at the narrower and smallest peaks than it will be at, other portions. So, I mean, charge isn't consistent over a surface. It really depends on the shape of the surface will accentuate the charge. So, that's another reason why you could argue that the middle slit, the middle impediment, would have a different charge than the external walls. So you'd have a charge differential between the two.
charges do work that way as well. They like to take the laziest path, or the path of least resistance. So if you have a static electric field on a plate, and that plate is optically flat within the diameter of a hydrogen atom, okay, then what's going to happen is it's going to be pretty evenly distributed. But in real life, there'll be valleys and dales within that flat metal plate, and there'll be slight impurities within the material, so there'll be resistances which cause pathways. So the electrons will follow these pathways, and they will tend to group or bunch up.
Yeah, I remember the principle, but there was some other effect. You know, it's not just the shortest distance. It has to do with the mutability of the matter itself. So the more dense or the more compact the matter, the more resistance it puts up to, you know, the electrical migration. So it's almost an argument like if the atoms are already jiggling more, electrons pass through them easier than if they're less jiggly. And so that was part of the reason why these aberrant pieces of material are more likely to have their atoms unarranged, you know, unmagnetically arranged, and therefore electrons will pass through them more quickly or something like that. Or vice versa. I just know it was one of those two things.
Yeah, it's not always the straightest path. It's always the path of least resistance. If you see a cow path, for instance, going up and over some fields, usually that's where people were walking to get from one place to another. And after a while, that path may not be straight, but it turns out to be the most efficient way to get across that field. That's what people do because we're basically lazy. And it turns out electrons are too.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's a perfect metaphor just because they don't really make paths for each other, but yes, just the shortest distance between two places for an electron is the distance where there's least resistance to it getting there. So it's like the grass is the thinnest, or the swamp is the least muddy, or however you want to describe it, but they're able to move because the medium is providing a slicker, smoother transition. So it's not the shortest distance, it's the distance with the least resistance.
Correct. And resistance is affected by lots of things. The material itself, the mechanics or the form or shape of something, the conditions around it, the environment it's in, and many, many, many other things affect resistance. You have basically just two concepts. Conductivity is one number, and dielectric constant, which is the opposite of that, is the other number. And it's a combination of the two that actually create a thing called capacitance. The dielectric constant, or the insulation properties of something, are just as important in creating force as the actual number of electrons or the conductivity of the material. So it's the way that they interplay between each other that creates what we call electric force.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit fuzzy on, you know, because obviously there's a lot of substances that become better conductors the colder they are. And so that would be non-intuitive to my argument, in the sense that you could say that colder means it's more densely packed. You know, you could argue it's kind of like the atoms contract. Most things contract when they're cool, so the atoms are closer to each other. There's less vibration, so you could say that that's part of the reason why they'd be more conductive, is because they're closer. You know, but I have this opposite argument that somehow it's chaos that makes it more advantageous for, you know, electricity. Like if it's going to spark or jump off of a spark plug, it wouldn't be the coldest part of the metal it jumps from. It jumps from the hottest part.
Yeah, heat adds that little extra kinetic energy it needs to jump. Also, I learned something. I've been into electronics my whole life, and I learned something from Nancy that I never heard before, and that is electrons never move through a wire, ever. they so mutually hate each other that what they do is push themselves as far away as possible, so they mostly run along the surface of metals, and that is why they can get enough energy to jump off.
Yeah, well, I think that's true to an extent. I mean, I think the majority of them do that. But I think the whole idea of when a metal gets hot, like, say, a filament, I mean, I think obviously the electrons have to be passing through the material to start breaking it down, you know, to create all that heat. So I don't think the heat is just generated on the surface. I mean, I think it is generated throughout the material. But, you know, it's you know, it just doesn't take, it's a percentage thing. It still could be 90% of the electricity is still traveling on the outside of the filament, but the 10% is still more than the material can withstand, and so it burns up. You know, so I mean, it doesn't really, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I guess I'm just saying that obviously there's, I think, some portion that's traveling through the material. But the idea that we can't see it the way it actually works, you know what I mean? Like we have this image of how the world works that's, you know, still too crayon-y. You know, we really don't have a really good, you know, we see a wire and we know electricity is passing through it, but we don't get to see the electricity, so we don't get the idea of what it's really doing. You know, that it's jumping from atom to atom. You know, that it isn't just something, you know, minding its own business, flying about.
Well, it's doing two things. It's passing on its electric force, for lack of a better word, I'll say the information about the electric force is traveling at the speed of light, but the actual electron, it turns out, is moving at 1/3 the speed of light, and it's that current motion, not the potential difference, but the actual current, which is physical motion through a conductor, which is causing the heat. That's basically what? Friction.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd use the word friction, because it's obviously the heat's being created by the release of the photons that's happening because of all the interactions between the electrons. The electrons are interacting a lot. They're creating a lot of photons. A lot of them are escaping, which is exciting the other atoms and, you know, creating the released photons that end up being the heat that we sense. You know, the heat that escapes. You know, I mean, it's internal heat and the heat that escapes are two different things. You know, it's like the sun produces a lot of heat, but I mean, its internal temperatures are, you know, gazillions of degrees, and its external temperatures are much cooler.
Well, the therms are measured in basically molecular motion. And the more motion a molecule has, the higher its temperature, and the least motion it has, the closer it comes to absolute zero. So there's a direct mechanical relationship between the heat and the amount of movement or motion in the material and the material's ability to resist. If it's a crystal lattice, it's more rigid. If it's looser, it's easier for the material.
Yeah, I just don't think it has its own specific gravity, so I don't think its movement is... I don't think its movement has any momentum. So its movement is completely dependent on the sustainability of the reaction. So if you take out the photons, it'll all freeze up. You know, it goes back to its steady state. You know, the motion is being created by the activity of the photons that keep energizing, keep banging into things. And so once you stop them banging into it, you lose all the heat. So there's no, I don't think the atoms have any momentum, I guess is what I'm saying. It's the cells don't have momentum. The momentum of the atom is always being created by interaction.
Correct. The photon is absorbed by the electron. The electron takes that energy, and it can only hold on to or keep that energy by physically moving to a higher valence. When it then collapses, it releases that photon again. So the more photons an atom is absorbing, the more motion or bouncing, or I guess the best word would be the more snapping
vibrating the atoms, by changing the electron. The electrons keep changing, which is changing the shape of the atom, essentially. So I guess it's not a nuclear function in the sense it doesn't have anything to do with the nucleus of the atom. It has to do with the orbits of the electrons.
Yeah, there's no term for that, so I'm calling it popping or snapping.
And such. Anyway,
the last thing.
So
the last
you haven't done any experiments yourself yet, right?
Yes, I have. But the last thing in my visit with Nancy was I wanted to see what happens when two coherent laser beams interact with each other.
Mr. Natural?
Yes?
Can anybody hear me? Testing.
I do.
Can you hear me? Okay. Do you hear Mr. Natural?
Well, two people are confirming that they're hearing us.
Unfortunately. I hope I don't have to reboot the
That happens to me a lot. If I go in and try to change the volume settings, then I get thrown out and I have to come back in and re-sign back into this damn little tiny chat. This is more like a tiny pain in the ass. Well, while Gary's gone, anybody else out there have questions or comments?
Where'd he go?
He's rebooting his computer because he couldn't hear anyone.
Well, maybe because no one was talking. Oh, there he is.
All right, let's see. Tween guy, say something.
Hi.
He's saying something.
Hi.
You hear nothing. Okay.
Hi.
Hell.
Hi.
Try again.
Hey, Mr. Natural, since you're from San Francisco, I was just wondering if you agree with the decision to finally make the Golden Gate Bridge suicide-proof.
No, I've never believed that. I've actually asked them to put a diving board with a camera and a little buzzer, and what I'd like is people to go out to the edge of the diving board, push the buzzer, a camera would turn on, and then a voice would say, please state your purpose. Then you could explain to people why you're killing yourself and then jump off the bridge, and I think that should be doing everyone a favor.
Yeah, I guess it sounds reasonable.
I guess a lot of the families that lost people to suicide, I guess they're the ones who really pushed for it. But it's like the most popular, supposedly it's the most popular suicide destination in I think in the world. Like 1,200 since it opened, and that's only the ones they know about.
Yeah, actually they do know about it pretty well, and they count them pretty well. But no, the thing is people are going to jump off of any damn thing they can. I mean, during the crash, back in the 20s, people were jumping out of windows and off of buildings and things. If people want to kill themselves, they will. And by the way, I have lost 2 friends to Golden Gate Bridge. One of my dearest friends was a cab driver, and he jumped off the bridge several months after we discussed it. And then he went and did it anyway. And I had another friend that jumped off the bridge, and there's a movie called The Bridge, and it's a film that they made of people killing themselves on the Golden Gate Bridge, and you can see both my friends. I went there to see the film so I could see them and watch them jump. I still think that they should have an opportunity to tell us how committed they are to whatever idea it is that drove them to their death, so we can understand their truth.
Did someone tape them dropping? They got all the tapes and made a compilation and
Yes, it's a film called The Bridge, and it's a 1 year compilation.
I think what they did was they watched it for a year, right? Like somebody staked it out, watched it for a whole year, and just so it's like 1 year's worth of suicide.
That's right. They put a special camera that was a night vision camera on the bridge for 1 year, and that's what the movie is. And that happened to be the year that both my friends committed suicide, one in the beginning of the year and one near the middle of the year.
The only thing is, it's not necessarily a fail-safe strategy because some of these people don't actually die. You know, it's not quite high enough, or you land in a certain way where you might end up breaking a few bones and drowning. So, I'd want to go for a more fail-safe
Very
method.
few people don't die. Although a friend of mine, Jack Palmetier, who was actually worked on Golden Gate Bridge, he's no longer with us, but he was the first workman to fall off of the bridge, and he survived, and he fell onto the land. He didn't fall in the water. But if you put the bridge where people commit suicide over one of the pilings, so when they go into the water, they'll be swept into the piling or hit the piling, they have a better chance of killing themselves.
Supposedly there was a kid last year, I saw it on the news, but he was on a high school field trip, and to impress his classmates, he just did a swan dive right off the Golden Gate Bridge, and he was perfectly fine.
Okay.
Well, you know, after about 700 or 800 feet, when you hit the water, it's almost like diving, you know, falling into concrete, but it really does depend on how you fall. If you know how to dive and you've got your hands out forward and you know how to cut into the water, you can reduce that impact quite a bit. And if you arch your back fast enough, you'll come back out of the water. If you're not arch your back, you go straight down and either get stuck in the mud or go down where there's these undercurrents that'll drag you out 2 miles to sea.
Yay.
The undertow is actually the most dangerous part of it. We don't know how many people just suddenly popped up out of the water 2 miles away from shore.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why they say it's so hard to escape, or it was so hard to escape from Alcatraz too, is because like even if you could swim really good, you get swept away by all the currents.
Well, you
Well,
know.
it is a bay. You know, we are a bay, and we're a piece of land that's kind of like a little finger that sticks out, and we actually have water on 3 sides of us. If you go south, that's down to, you know, Palo Alto, that's the only land we have. You go east, north, or west, you wind up in the water. So that little tiny spot where all of the stuff is coming into the bay and out of the bay, the undertows are so incredible that almost every year we get 1 or 2 lost whales. And we have now these special boats that help the whales get through the undertow and get back out into but almost every year there's a new story about another whale getting trapped in the bay.
That really is one of the most interesting parts of the country geographically, like especially if you look at it in a map, like a satellite map, like there's that little tiny opening, Golden Gate Strait, you know, the body of water, and then it opens up into this huge bay. But just that little tiny narrow opening. And supposedly the explorers, like for a long time, they didn't even see that because it was shrouded in fog. And like for hundreds of years, like that was a very valuable port, you know, that they could have discovered. And a lot of like the Spanish and stuff missed it for
San
a while.
Francisco is interesting politically because we're extremely liberal here, and the rest of California is more like Orange County. They're pretty red in the neck. And what's interesting is San Francisco usually votes completely the opposite of the rest of California. So when I look at a map of San Francisco, what I see is a huge middle finger giving the rest of California a good fuck you.
Yeah.
So, I've heard also about this whole gentrification problem. So I was wondering if you've experienced any problems with that, you know, rising rents, or I don't know if you already have a house or something, but it's supposed to be very expensive to live because all the tech people are moving into San Francisco and the old natives have to being kind of priced out.
That wave has come and gone. Back in the turn of the century, 2001, we called that the dot-com boom. And unfortunately, what it did is it drove the rents in San Francisco right up through the roof. The building I'm living in right now, I had an opportunity to buy back then from my landlord who was sick in the hospital and was dying. He asked me to buy this building, which is it's 3 stories high. It has 8 units in it and 2 storefronts. And it was $400,000, believe it or not. 1 year after the dot-com boom, it went up to $1.8 million. The woman who bought it at $400,000 then took about $1 million out in equity. She got money that she really didn't have property for. And what happened was about 4 years after, just before the '08 crash, realty started dropping, and then at the '08 crash, all the real estate in San Francisco totally crashed. And then the building dropped back down to about $350,000 less than it was before the dot-com boom. And the $1 million that she took out in equity, she now owes the bank. You see how they stuck everybody? It was brilliant. So the dot-commers have come and gone. We don't get a lot of techies moving into San Francisco. What's moving into San Francisco right now is television, video, particularly voiceover studios, and a lot of Photoshop creativity, a lot of website development in terms of the art. The technical happening and the apps and things are still happening down in Silicon Valley.
Yeah. Yeah, anyway, yeah, it was just my speaker was unplugged from the power source. Anyway, which is sort of irritating because I ended up rebooting the computer and that turned the MP3 player off again, so I killed the MP3. But it doesn't really matter because, yeah, most of what we've been saying is stuff we all said before anyway, so probably no loss.
No, yeah, I guess so.
What you see is develop bubbles.
Yes, well, I've always had them. Off and on.
So, was it fun?
What?
Was it fun rebooting your computer and then finding out it was your speakers?
Was it fun?
Yeah.
No. But whatever. Stupid question. Was that a stupid question? Yes. A stupid question.
So you got your list, right, of the ways to convince these 6.999 billion people how to
we got blow them up and
yeah, I mean,
show them some cartoons or porn.
Yeah.
Don't know whether to go with cartoons or porn.
Well, yeah, the immediate solution would be to just find a way to get some nukes and blow them all up at the same time. But it would take some strategy.
I think you should just tie the tubes of babies when they're born, and and then when they're teens or adults and they're married, they can get a license to have the operation undone if we need kids.
Well, I mean, I think we could, let Monsanto take care of that. Let Monsanto make us genetically infertile, and then we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I know. We're saying that we're going to presume some failure, and so the new failures will be fail-safe, so that would be okay. So if the new failures are fail-safe, then we're winning. So I guess that would be the argument there.
I guess it's about passing some legislation.
Yeah,
to
well,
get that
you know, who
passed.
knows? I mean, theoretically, we
Make it
could have
law.
sex with chimpanzees, and maybe the crossbreeds would be like mules, and like mules are infertile, so it works for horses. So maybe it would work for people. So maybe we have sex with other apes, we can create mule humans that can't reproduce.
Yeah, but then it comes to like being attracted to the apes and wanting to have sex with them.
Yeah.
Some people could be attracted to and have sex with anything. Myself, personally, they'd have to shave because I don't like hairy women.
Yeah, well, I've seen a shaved ape, and it's pretty, you know, it's got pretty good muscular, you know, it looks pretty good shaved.
Yeah, they got very long arms, so, you know, it's going to have some kind of difference that you're going to notice anyway.
Well, they are, I'm just saying that they are kind of sexier without the fur coat, so, you know, they're a lot more fuckable, you know.
As long as they got nice aureolas and wide childbearing hips and the right mechanics, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm not too big on the childbearing hip thing, but whatever.
Oh.
I like
It's a sexual trait, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm just not, you know, I guess
He's talking about the wide hips. He likes the wide hips.
I'm just saying, it's just not a thing for me, that's all I'm saying. You know, it's not a, you know.
Yeah, personally, I like my
well,
woman
yeah,
with
sorry,
man
but
hips.
yeah, I'm not a, you know, I'm not a big fat ass man. You know, so.
Put his head somewhere when he wants to relax.
So whatever.
Big fat ass.
Yeah, you know, whatever. I mean, you know, different strokes, different folks, all that kind of shit. I'm just saying. Anyway. Yeah.
So anyway.
You know,
well,
you know, it doesn't really. You know, sometimes you just say fuck it. Just, you know, I was reading some of the comments on my website, you know, just because I rebooted and I saw some, and it's, yeah, these people are always ragging, you know, and it's just so funny. They go on, you know, they say all this shit about, okay, so I'm supposed to be talking about immigration and how, you know, all these sucky, you know, poor people, and then this other guy's defending poor people. It's like no matter what I say, these people will just hear what they hear. You know, in one comment, I'm too harsh on the poor, and the next comment, I'm too, you know, I'm not talking enough about all the illegal poor people. This is stupid. I mean, listen, you know, I stopped listening to Gary about 6 months ago when he came to the conclusion that he was dedicated to the irrelevant. Case in point, you could be ripping a new AN asshole right now in the overpopulation deniers with all the people streaming across the border and sitting in detention centers. But no, he'd rather waste his time and his subscribers' time temporalizing over economics and physics and other shit that he knows nothing about and isn't qualified to talk about. You know, sigh. Gary got lost. He used to make such good videos on AN. Now he just become one more irrelevant spectacle on the internet. I mean, just, you know.
Yeah, I think it's just because they don't like the.
Well, I wish they'd have the balls to at least sign their drivel. You know, it's just so irritating. Anyway.
Yeah, but they always have to add a personal attack in there for no reason. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And compared to who? You know, compared to who am I ill-informed? You know, that's the thing. I mean, I'd like at least a comparison to be made. Who's talking better shit than I am?
Stefan Molyneux.
Yeah, well.
I get a lot of times people always questioning my credibility and wondering, you know, and talking about me not having this or that kind of expertise. And the funny thing I find about that is they don't have any either, and they don't have any expertise as a critic, and they have no expertise to be able to look up my past record to find out if I do have degrees in those things they claim
Well, I
I'm
mean, that's the
incompetent.
presumptionist of it all, right? Is that they're presuming to know that you know they have superior enough knowledge to know I'm full of shit.
Right.
And that's the joke of it. What's their qualifications?
They're insecure. We know they don't really think that. They're just insecure and jealous.
So,
Well, I know.
so it's not about right or wrong. It's about power and the size of their dick.
Yeah,
That's what it boils down
this
to.
is what we're up against, is my point, though, is that this is the psychology that's going to keep interfering with any kind of conversation where you're trying to say, look, let's try to talk about reality in some sort of sensible manner. And it's just so difficult to do because people are, you know, if they don't believe in UFOs, they believe in reptilians, and if they don't believe in reptilians, they believe in quantum magic, and if they don't believe in quantum magic, they believe in spirituality. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just so daunting.
Yeah, that's life. Yeah, it's an upwards battle. It's an uphill battle. That's all it is. You gotta fight the good fight.
Yeah, you can only do what you can do, but, you know, I'm just trying to, you know, I don't mind advice from people, so that's the funny thing is that these people are sort of giving advice, but, I mean, it's just such unqualified and logically vacant advice. I mean, there's nothing founding it except some contempt for me talking about things I'm unqualified by their opinion to talk about. And you're just like, well, what, you know, how can I...
Yeah, it's their own personal way of belittling you. And they want to act like they're your mentor.
It's like I am trying to find better ways to do what I'm doing, and it's just like, well, if you have advice to offer, you don't even have enough, whatever, respect for me to offer your advice in a more civil way.
Well, it's because they don't have any advice. If a person had real advice, they wouldn't be demeaning and belittling to you and insulting you.
So,
you know.
I guess it's fundamentally that they really are just trolling me anyway.
Yeah, I think they're just jealous that you know more than them and they don't like it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the case. Many people don't like it. It hurts their ego. It bruises them. How dare you sound like you know what you're talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You need to start talking about what you know what you're talking about. Because you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to see what their overview is. Their you know, like I said, what it is. Because underneath it all, there's got to be some, like, yeah, they believe in UFOs, or they believe in, you know what I'm saying? I've obviously offended some fundamental belief of theirs for them to have that animosity. And so you got to try to find out what that is.
Yeah, but it's so hard. You got to step on so much glass. You step over so much glass. So you're not going to please everyone, apparently. That's just the way it is. You got to be very careful. You can't offend anyone, and that's where it comes to the point where you have to, you know, appeal to the
I guess that's the point I'm trying to get to. Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to get to, is that you have to tiptoe through this, you know, and I'm not a tiptoeer.
Right.
And you really have to be a lot more subtle and pretentious.
You always got to correct yourself and say, I didn't mean it that way. I meant it this way. You got to explain yourself more. Like, okay, I meant it this way, not this way. I didn't mean it this way. You got to put it in greater context for them. And even then, it's like it's not good enough sometimes.
Well, it's not that you can put it in greater context. It's that you've got to step on it really slowly. Like, you can't get to the point. You have to step around the point and slowly but surely whack it to death. You can't just walk up to it with a nice sledgehammer and give it a whack.
I mean, sometimes that can work, but not generally speaking.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it seems that, yeah, most people do require you to seduce them into the trap.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it really, you can dominate the fuck out of someone and just say, you put you in your place. You're in your place now. You understand exactly where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but if I was to look at it in overview, there haven't been too many victories through that, just decisively getting to the point and annihilating somebody. So
Yeah, they always blame you saying what you say cunt or you say bitch or you say asshole. That all of a sudden makes them. It's like a little word, that's all it takes is a word, and all of a sudden they can't hear what you're saying. And that's the way it works, unfortunately.
yeah, well, even without that stuff, I think even the argument itself is too.
Well, I guess
the approach is too crude because you're too quickly annihilating, their fundamental core perception of reality, and that, they don't want to believe the universe doesn't have aliens in it. I mean, it's just people who just will not accept that the universe isn't covered with aliens.
Right. Well, I guess you can try to be funny. You can try to be funny without being demeaning, because in many cases, if you're too demeaning too quickly, say you're trying to be a comedian, make light of something, you can't be too demeaning, like, ha ha ha, Jesus loves me, this I know, ha, you're an idiot. You've got to be a little more subtle, and you can make them laugh at it as opposed to make them be a little more aware or recognize it.
Yeah.
You can't use that. That's my truth.
There is a skill to, that kind of subtlety, and yeah, I'm just not very subtle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess good language to use is like, you understand this, right? Obviously, you're smart enough to understand it. You can say things like that. I mean, you can't be that stupid. Okay, you understand it.
I just hate contriving that, because then you're being dishonest, right? And I just hate making dishonest arguments.
Right. I guess so. I think it's better than most ways, but I guess it's still a little demeaning and dishonest. Yeah, I guess you can kind of tell sometimes. It's like, no, I don't understand it. And they can see the trick you're pulling on them. See, they're not stupid. They're not stupid enough.
Is the Wayward playing Zelda? I don't think so, but that would be funny.
Yeah, I guess they're smart enough to recognize when you're fooling them.
Well, yeah, I mean, some people are, but yeah, most people aren't.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the bullshit works. I mean, obviously that, foreplay is the strategy,
Yeah, you got to get emotional with someone. You got to show you have emotion. You got to weaken yourself to their level, then be emotional with them, and then bring them back up with you, as opposed to just bringing them up. You got to go with them.
Yeah, no, it's true. You got to lube them up and get them in the mood.
You got to butter them up.
And yeah, I just hate doing that.
Yeah.
But, whatever, it doesn't matter. I have to obviously do something like that. I have to be more pop culture friendly.
Well, you can be, charming.
Yeah, well, I'm not too good at that. We'll see.
Well, I know it's very easy to get pissed off at people. Very easy.
Yeah, well, I get frustrated, so yeah, same difference. But yeah, I gotta really tone that down. I have been working on it, but
Yeah.
I guess there's some people where you just want to just say, okay, look, we've been over this already, so there's a point where you just say, fuck it.
I mean, you've made like 30 economic videos. Are you frustrated with the modern mystic about making all these economic videos? And
Well, I don't think it was a bad idea. It just seems like we're hanging on stuff that shouldn't be that big a hang. I mean, the fact that I think cash has some relevance, the currency has a relevance to, the function of the economy. I mean, it really shouldn't be all that much of a theoretical problem when we know the real problem is the concentration of wealth. And that's really the subject we should be getting to is, what do we do about that?
Yeah, make the game more livable for everyone. If we can't.
Well, I mean, it's the fundamental, it's the elephant in the room, or whatever you want to say. It's just sitting there saying this is a problem. That has, like I said, if kids are being born and they have a $200,000 debt at birth, that's a problem.
Yeah, it is. Right. And even when the economy gets good, if we achieve that, there's going to be more problems anyway. They're going to deal with the everyday problems of living.
Well, I'm just saying it's never good enough, right? So the economy never really gets good enough because people are so greedy. So
we keep fighting it.
It's like when the economy was doing good, we didn't pay. It's not like we paid our old debt off or something. And the only time we ever did that was just an incidental. It was just because of there had been an old boom period and people sold a lot of old stock. And so revenues of the government went up, and but we didn't on purpose run a surplus.
Yeah.
We certainly didn't use the surplus to buy off our old debt.
Yeah, and this debt's going to really come back and bite us in the ass, isn't it?
Well, it's rent. I mean, it's not like it bites you in the ass. It's just that if your rents keep going up, there's a point where you're not going to be able to rent anymore.
Right, we're nearly.
You don't have the check to cover the rent.
Right, we're nearly $20 trillion in debt.
Yeah, I mean it's a big, monstrous, insanely huge pile of money.
More than 10 times the world.
Yeah, the only thing that's making it manageable is the fact that there's no interest rates. If the interest rates ever go back up, there's no way to finance the debt.
Yeah, and the debt's 20 times the size of the world economy. Just about. You said in terms of circulation of cash.
Well, yeah, I mean the amount of cash is 1.2 trillion, so obviously our debt is 20 times all the cash in the world.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. That doesn't seem to be working out too well.
Yeah, well, look, the Chinese don't own our debt for any good reason, so it's all has to do with the currency transactions and all that kind of shit. So, it's not like the Chinese are stupid enough to buy our debt. Nobody with any kind of real money is going to buy a 10-year bond at 3% interest. There's absolutely no prospect that they're going to get their money back in dollars that are going to be worth it. I mean, you really think 10 years from now, a McDonald's hamburger is going to be the price it is now, or a gallon of gas is going to be, under $3. I mean, come on. The money you're going to get paid back in is going to be shit. So there's no rational person buying bonds. The only people buying the bonds are the banks. And they're buying them because we're basically telling them to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but see, my only gripe with tying wages to inflation, which I like it in principle, is that I just think it would give them license to create more inflation. So, what is that going to do for poor people, and what is that going to do for other kinds of, circumstantially that can be a problem. But I mean, obviously, hyperinflation would be very good for getting rid of the debt. And if you want to get rid of, $17 trillion worth of debt, it's pretty easy to do it if you just make money 1/10 as valuable. Then you can pay it off with your less valuable money. You know, Reagan really was, it's such a disaster. I mean, I keep telling people that story, but I remember when Reagan got elected, how depressed I was. I was driving to work. I used to work at night, and, I just had this sense that, the world just fundamentally made a huge mistake. That, it's going to be such a disaster.
Yep. And the disaster lived.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's not even the 1%, so that's part of the lie, right? It's that it's that 0.1%, or it's the 0.01%. I mean, it's the because the modern mystic, it's kind of funny, kind of ironic, because he made a video about statistics. Now people don't want to know the facts, and then he used this very distortive fact of saying, 10% of the people are at one point in their life part of the 1%. And that's because the bottom salary to get into the 1% is only $380,000. So all you have to do is make $380,000 in 1 year, like sell a house or do some other kind of thing, and you're in the top 1%. So it's very deceptive as a statistic.
Yeah.
Because people don't understand that that the wealth is concentrated even more than they think it is. Even a smaller number of people.
You said 380,000 makes you in the 1%?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a salary, obviously, that a lot of people can make for a few years, and they're, professional doctors. A lot of people can make $380,000 a year.
Yeah.
At some point in their life.
Yeah. Or you save up money over your lifetime, and you have that much in your 401k or whatever it is. So. Yeah. I mean, I think when it comes to convincing people, I mean, we could try to move this to do you think more people are on Google? What's the thing? The Google thing where you chat?
Oh, I don't know. But, yeah, I don't do Google if I can avoid it.
Yeah. I don't know, I think you can draw more people, maybe. I don't know, because everyone has a Google thing. They're forced to have a Google thing to be on YouTube.
Well, I post a link. I mean, if people wanted to be here, they could be here. So I don't know if that's really
Yeah, maybe.
That has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I guess.
So, the conversations have been rather scattered and undirected, and that's my fault, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably should have subjects and blah, 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 and all that kind of shit. I should force a little more structure.
Yeah. It is a lot to think about. You gotta do all that and structure, stick them in a tiny chat every weekend. It's
Yeah, well, it's not even that I can't do it. It's just that, frankly, my mood is so crappy. So I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to redundantly have stupid, inane conversations about all this shit. I mean, I really just don't.
It's more of an obligation, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, I'm looking for something else. I'm looking for, I mean, it's not like we need better arguments. We need a better way to make the argument. So I guess I'm more focused
I remember you mentioned, like, the betting thing and having, making people vote for the winner and doing that kind of structured argument, kind of debate thing. I mean, that seems like something. like forcing people to participate in an argument and give their side of the story and try to bring other people in and argue their point of view and force them in a battle and have them debate and see who has a better
That's
argument.
what we're working on with this Blogger Dome thing. But like anything else, you got to make it. You got to try to make it mean something to people.
Right. I mean, you mentioned betting, having people bet on the person. You bring some drama into it.
Yeah, I know, but the betting can only mean something if there's a prize or a penalty, right? So, unless you're allowed to, whoever loses the debate,
loses their credibility.
Well, yeah, or else they have to have a big black dildo shoved up their ass or something.
Telephone pole. I mean, I guess there has to be stakes to each thing that you.
Yeah, right. Now, obviously, it'd be really easy if we could just have money. Money would make it interesting really easy. We could just have a prize, but obviously money.
I guess you could force people to pay at least a certain amount of money. You got to put at least this much money if you want to have a debate or something, and force them to lose their money and lose their credibility if they get in an argument. But then again, you're forcing them to pay. You might get less people that way. I don't know. Bet on themselves. I bet this much I can win the argument. And then again, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying that you have to make it interesting, so there has to be stakes for people to care.
People that are watching have to be interested. It has to be funny or...
Yeah, maybe stakes for them, too, where they could bet ahead of time, and, that would also be, creates a kind of a gambling thing. But, I mean, I hate to really resort to those kind of gimmicks, but, something, you have to make it interactive. And, comments are just so, irrelevant and stupid. But I'm just saying all this stuff takes a lot of organizing and...
Well, yeah, I mean, you mentioned like having an ID on the internet where you can just go with all your... People aren't going to joke around as much if you know their name or their number. If you could trace it back to somewhere and see exactly what's going on. They're not going to be as playful, they'll be more serious. Something like that.
Yes. Yeah, well, good night, Ria.
Good night. Yeah, the problem with YouTube and the internet in general is this is a mask. And so many people feel so comfortable behind a mask at saying things they wouldn't say to somebody's face.
That's how they don't talk. They cover their mask up if they get on the camera. They just stay in the comment section.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't even be so bad to stay in the comment section if they had some sort of background or backstory, just to give you some indication of why somebody should give a fuck what you say.
Yeah. Or you can just force people, if they want to come in your room, it's like, you got to give me some information. But you couldn't do that anyway. I mean, there's no really way of doing it. Or you could just kick them out. And then again...
Yeah, well, you can do it, but the technology on this website is the more complicated the more features you add, the more likely you are to fail.
Yeah, that's what YouTube's doing now. They're adding so many different things. It's calling the your dashboard or whatever now, like Creator Studio.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. It's so bad. I get all these PMs from all these different, little enterprises that have popped up, that try to convince you to become a partner through them, they're going to guarantee you.
Yeah, they'll protect you from the rules of YouTube.
Yeah, it's just so funny.
What kind of places are they? What kind of partners or whatever?
I don't know, they're just, like I said, they're just making money off your partnership and giving you a percentage of your partnership, which is kind of funny, right? Because Google takes a cut, and then some middleman is going to run my partnership for me. And
yeah, he's going to control what content. Do they control what content you can make?
No, but they control, I guess, what kind of ads will be on the videos.
I mean, if you want to convince the masses, I guess have an ad on your video. I mean, they like watching Jerry Springer and all those silly drama television shows. Get one of those on there and you might draw a lot of attention. I don't know.
Yeah, if you go to your video manager, you can find your link, but the new thing has it on there somewhere. But you can always just type youtube.com/inbox, and that works too.
Yeah, YouTube's sloppy as hell. Can't find jack shit unless you go into you press something, you gotta press something inside of pressing something, you gotta find it in the little drop down thing. Too many things.
Yeah, well, I think they want to migrate it all to that Google Plus shit, so, but whatever, I'm not moving until I have to.
Well, I don't think they forced many people to move. Didn't they change that Google Plus thing? Didn't they mention that going away?
I don't know, did they? At least they're not kicking me off of my account as often as they used to. They used to just kick me off, every time I signed on to my YouTube account.
It's like they unlogged you and then they logged you out and you had to log back in. It's like, do you want to do Google Plus?
Yeah, they keep putting me to the Plus account, and I have to keep going back and, so at least they're not doing that anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got stuck with the same thing. It was a nightmare. Google kept changing my other channels until finally I lost 2 of my channels. And a third of my channels, they changed to Mr. Natural. But when I try to get into it, any way in the world that I spell Mr. Natural, it won't let me in. Because the space between Mr. and Natural is some character that's not on my keyboard. And so I can't sign into that account at all. So all I have left is Music by Interval. Then I went to the Google, which I got almost 6 months ago, and every time I try to use it, it's too complicated. I can't figure it out. And I watched a couple videos that were tutorials, and I didn't understand them at all. They're just trying to do way too much.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, and it's too, this whole idea of where, they don't have rational selections, for your choices, right? If I want to have more than one channel, I don't want everything in one channel. So where's my choice not to have everything in one channel? Because that's not how I live my life, right? I have a personal channel, and I want to have a business channel, and I want to have a recreational channel. So why don't you just let me do that without trying to shove it all into one thing? Because I don't want it in one thing. It's just so stupid for them to force this, trying to force you to put your real name on your channel. Why are you trying to force me to do that?
Well, a lot of people are falling for it, unfortunately. They're only helping the system move forward.
They're not handling it rationally. What they should do is simply put out simple emails and do incremental changes where they just tie together some YouTubes and let you deal with that and work with it for a while, and then integrate the email, and then so on and so. Just make level entry different ways in which people can work their way up.
You think they'd learn from the Microsoft example that, yeah, if you don't force something, you create something that people want, not shove it down their throat. So it's this whole approach of, why don't they sit there and just man up and say, well, let's see if we can create something that people will use, and then they'll want to use it. Instead of this, we'll force everybody to do it, and then they'll like it because we forced them to do it. Well, I don't think they've learned the proper lesson.
And then they'll just rationalize it, like by saying, oh, they lived with it and they found a way to go over it and get used to it, therefore they like it. Now, yay.
Yeah, it's just not too smart.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
We had this problem in San Francisco when we were building BART, believe it or not, back in the 70s. They went to Germany, I think, to see how the new rail trains were made, and then they modeled our rail trains after that. And what they are is, when the driver is driving in BART, he has one of two options. He has a switch he can flip on that makes it go automatically, or he has an accelerator brake that he can use. And there's no middle ground. And what happened is we started having crash after crash. So 5 years in, BART goes to France. And in France, the driver has 6 or 7 different levels in which he could use just the brakes or just the accelerator or slow down or change a track or whatever. And the drivers don't sit there doing nothing forever and then have to deal with an emergency when they have no skills. They get to use what tools they need or level their way into something. And that's the way to put Google together.
Yeah, kind of a non sequitur kind of metaphor, but yeah, I get your point. But it had me thinking about driving, and the fact that I sort of liked a stick shift, manual transmission when I was working at night, because it kept me awake. Because you had the manual transmission, so it kept you in the game. Where if I drove the other car with the automatic, I tend to fall asleep.
The reason I brought it up as a metaphor is it cost San Francisco billions of dollars to correct that error, and I think that's what's about to happen with Google.
Yeah, I think
I don't know if Google can be hurt just because it's got all these stupid copyrights on all these mechanisms for serving ads. So I mean, it's got such a lock on advertising on the internet that how can it be hurt?
Well, Google's going to take over the world eventually, right? So the Google operates
just outside San Francisco.
Yeah, well, I think they can be hurt, I guess, in the sense that they become dependent on, a level of cash flow that I don't think is sustainable. So, I mean, I think the peak for internet advertising is way past. So I just don't know what value they can get out of this. It's gotten so stupid now. It's like I buy something at Home Depot and then they serve me up ads what I bought yesterday. I mean, they've gotten way too personal. And they're playing it too aggressive.
Yep. That's Google.
Yeah, well.
They want to take over the world. That's their plan.
Yeah, don't be evil.
Like the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and all the Rothschilds, they're going to be the new ones, and they're not going to be as, quiet about it.
They're just the new Microsoft, that's all. They're just the new Microsoft. They've got us locked into their search, and that's their only credibility, and the rest of it is just an advertising company.
Hey, we forced them to do it. Yay. Now they obviously they love us. Because everyone has this now. They love it. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, they happen to be the best at what they do. That's just a lie, too. No, there was plenty of better search on the internet. And what happened was it was incrementally and systematically destroyed and swallowed up.
You think it was the name Google that convinced people to
Well,
take
that's
the
part of
word?
it. I mean, and look, and the fact is, they snookered us. It was free, right? It was financed initially by Stanford University, and you know, and then they subtly let the venture capitalists in, and you know, they planned it out. You know, they started off as just a mathematics project at Stanford. And these two little cunts basically sold us all out. You know, they invented this thing to be a non-commercial alternative. That's in the paperwork describing what Google is from its original proposal. Its intention was to be a non-commercial alternative. That's the exact words used, a non-commercial alternative. And it's become the most commercial enterprise on planet Earth.
Yeah, but they weren't forced to sign a contract saying they wouldn't take a deal if it came to them. And the deal came
Well, I'm
away a
just
month.
saying, that's all they did. They sold us out. I'm just saying, so they used what you would say is research money to develop something they took as a copyrighted proprietary scheme to distribute ads. And so they, you know, they like I said, it's an advertising company. The search is all they use search for is a platform of credibility. But that has no credibility. YouTube doesn't even index its comments. It doesn't index its videos. I mean, this is Google, the search engine company. It doesn't even index the comments on YouTube videos.
Yeah. Shows what the search engine they really are. It's just crap.
Yeah, well, I don't know how anybody can say, well, Google is better at it than anybody else. What do you mean? They don't index YouTube comments. You know, I mean, I'm afraid that means that the YouTube comment section isn't on the internet for most people, unless they already know about it. You can't search it on Google.
Again, the metaphor for all this is Google said, we're going to live by the Prime Directive. But when they went into China, what did they do? They countermanded their Prime Directive. So it seems to me their hypocrisy is pretty apparent.
Well, I mean, they're like I said, there's a lie. This whole "don't be evil" thing was just such a lie.
Yeah, they're all liars when all the money comes their way. Hypocritical.
Well, I like to call them what they are: robber barons. Robber barons.
Yeah, well, it just irritates me because I was saying this stuff, you know, 12 years ago. I was, you know, I had a website called DoNotGo.com, and you know, first it was, you know, other search engines that I was pointing out were broken, and you know, they had all kinds of industry, you know, all kinds of weaselly middlemen were basically spamming all the search engines. And, you know, they had this whole industry called SRO, you know, which was search engine optimization, which just basically meant invisible keywords and, you know, all kinds of tricks to fool the search engines. And, you know, and then Google came around, and you could see where it was headed. I mean, everybody, I mean, I kept asking the question, well, what do you mean they're giving it away for free? Why are they giving it away for free? Yeah, come on. How long is that going to last? And how are they going to pay for it? And then all of a sudden AdSense showed up, and the way they were going to pay for it is to put their fucking ads on every website on the internet.
Yeah, it's either charged with ads or charged with a membership of some sort. And that's, I guess.
I'm just saying, that's the joke of it, right? I mean, the non-commercial alternative was because the other search engines had too many ads on their web pages. But at least the ads weren't on every web page you go to. So isn't that just a disgusting irony that it was not good to have ads on the search page, but it's okay to put all the ads on the web pages themselves? I mean, you know, it's such a you know.
Yeah. Every drug dealer I've ever met always gives you a little taste for free at first and then charges.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, that was everybody was talking like we couldn't see this coming, and it was obvious what was coming.
It's like, I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to expect that you already know it's going to be bullshit in the end. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can you put your filter back on?
I have a filter on. But
that one's kind of boring. It looks like there's pollen in your face.
Yeah, well, that works for me. Yeah. It's tree jizz.
It makes it light bubbly. Those are happy pink balloons for the people who don't want to have a mind.
Mm.
But it makes you look like a phantasmagorical creature, you know. Whimsy,
whatever.
The whimsy of the forest or something.
Better, you look good purple.
The chicks like it that way.
Yeah, I like the purple. It's nice. It looks like superhuman.
The incredible bulk or smoke. The incredible something. What?
Yeah, I like it. It's like nice and cool and relaxing. It's nice. It's nice to look at.
Yeah, that's it.
Like easy listening, it's easy seeing.
Actually, when you pull your hair back, it's interesting. Since we can't see you, you look like a conservative person.
Yeah, I look like some kind of embryo or something. Anyway, fetus.
Cool. Yeah. With red eyes. Yeah, open your eyes all the way. They look orangey red. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Yeah.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I wish we actually looked like that in real life. That would be pretty neat. I'd like to have blue skin, purple skin.
Yes. Well, if it washes off, you know, it'd be okay. I don't know if I like it permanent.
I guess you could jump into a vat of bleach and you might look kind of like that a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah. Guess we're just going to look at your background. That's pretty neat. Yeah. It's all dark.
Yeah. Yeah, the background is pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah. I guess you could just look in the, look through the camera like that. And you just imagine it looking like that in real life. It's like, whoa, there's actually reality behind me. I forgot.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so someone asked you if you care if women find you attractive. Does that make you feel good?
Well, it certainly helps.
Does it mean anything when it's on the internet? You're never going to meet them, really.
Well, it all depends on what define as a meaningful experience. So yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky business. I don't know. I haven't been able to really. I mean, I haven't played the game too much, but
Yeah.
I can't. I haven't been tempted.
Yeah, but when you played the game, it was pretty fun, wasn't it?
No. I mean, it's usually some sort of sabotage thing. It's like I've had people go all kinds of weirdo on me.
Yeah. I mean, it's human nature, right? That's human nature. We can't do anything about it.
Yeah, well, it just gets messy, you know what I mean? It's like you know somebody and then they end up like, fake saying, well, I don't even want to get into that one, but, it was just kind of, there's lots of this stuff and you're just saying, how the hell do I get in the middle of this shit?
Well, yeah, that's the catch-22 of relationships. And, you always got to, instead of just worrying about yourself, you got to worry about someone else now. But then, they can help you, but then it becomes usury, and you never know who's going to be helping who more and using, and it's just going to be either you using them more or they're using you more.
Yeah, exactly. And everybody's coming to something because they have some need they're trying to satisfy.
Yeah.
So it's
There's no way
never
to balance that. You're
Yeah,
going to be using them, or they're going to be using you.
Yeah, it's just always kind of dangerous, that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, the more sincere it is and the more meaningful it is, the more you're opened up to all kinds of tragedy. So
Yeah, it's more insidious when women or men, or whoever wants to have a kid to satisfy their ego, to feel like they're loved, and they have someone that, I feel like I have authority over this child because I gave birth to them, therefore I feel it won, that they're going to love me forever. That's a bad way of starting a relationship.
well, it's so dishonest anyway, too, just because you know how it all ends in the end anyway, is that you got some, babbling old fart, and you're responsible. Oh, you gotta take care. Oh, somebody's gotta go walk grandpa today.
Change your diaper.
I mean, you just become some kind of burden in the end anyway.
Or, someone has to die, and it's just all tragic. It's either the parent dies, or the kid dies, or they both die.
Yeah, I mean, it's all, it all turns to shit, which is really, irritating because you just sit here saying, when's it all going to turn to shit? You just keep waiting for the shit.
Yeah, and you might as well just have it right now, get it over with immediately.
Well, yeah, but I tend to be enough.
Just try
I tend to be enough of a procrastinator and a wimp to say, no, I'd rather not get it over with, but...
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, logically, you're probably better off that way, but it's hard to jump into that water.
I mean, it's logical. I found a kitten on the side of the road, and I picked it up. It had broken legs, a broken back, or whatever it was. It's probably best to just stomp on its head and kill it. But I decided to save it. We can't always do those things. We can't always do what's more logical.
Yeah, it's hard to do. It's hard to, I've had to kill,
I couldn't kill a kitten. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't kill a kitten.
Yeah, I've never been faced with killing I've had to kill a cat or two, but I haven't never had to kill a kitten. But
it was dragging, got hit by a car or something, and it was dragging itself to the side of the road.
Yeah, that's just terrible.
Yeah, it's probably, yeah. That sucks. I mean, it really does. Until you really know, it just really sucks. It really does.
It is a shitty game we're playing.
You're fine now, but wait. You're fine now because it's only waiting to happen.
Yeah. Yep. The piano is going to fall. And
if it hasn't fallen, you're just waiting for the moment.
Yeah, there's going to be some bad notes.
It's not going to sound pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, with their sex, you know, that's always nice. I mean, it's the only thing, really. I mean, I guess you can enjoy a meal. Find some comfort
Yeah, I
there.
mean, a bag of potato chips and a cigarette does work. But, yeah, it's just kind of a mediocrity. You just keep mushing through it, keeping your head above the water, or the gruel, or the slime, you know.
Right, and you wonder, like, oh, this is unbearable, you know, this is unbearable, but you're still living. And I can't take it when I'm here. I guess I can take it. I'm going to live another day to have the same situation happen again. It's just redundant. And it's horribly redundant. It's forced over and over again. If you can't do it, then you're sort of stuck in the game, just repeating the same old platitudes of horrible non-crap.
Yeah,
you can't take it
it's all
anymore.
bad news. I mean, you know, you're just thinking all these people in these shitty, awful conditions, you know, having babies in fucking India, you know, where they don't even have a toilet. You know, they don't even have a toilet. I mean, shit.
Yeah, they're shitting like what? They're probably gonna be shitting on a little what? Like what? A cow in a farm, you know, with a conveyor belt just taking the shit like a sewage system
Well,
down to the
I mean, sure, there's
local
places in India, right, where,
sewage
yeah, the
pipe.
women go out to shit in the fields, and, but they can't go alone, so, you know, they have to go out and have a group shit, because if they go out alone, they're going to get raped while they go and take a shit.
In China, they just squat over a hole, and that's the public bathroom. It's just a hole. They squat over it, and there's no doors on there's no stalls or anything. It's just where you walk in the bathroom, and someone's just squatting right in front of you, taking a shit.
Yeah, there's glass all over the place.
Nice. Yeah, but I heard in China they also have like a new masturbation, a semen extractor where they're like, it's in a public hallway and you just stick your wiener in there and it jerks you off or something.
That sounds like a good idea. You know, who could find fault with that? I could use a little bit of it.
It even has a little screen for you to, like, you know, watch porn or something.
Give me one of those, frankly. I wouldn't mind putting a couple of those in the forest on my walks. I could, you know, take a little.
But then again, you know, it might consume your penis, and you might get it stuck in there or something.
You know, it seems like a decent way to waste a few minutes. You know, why not?
Give you a better illusion of the real thing, I guess.
Yeah, they could just put a little happy smiley face on the door, and yeah, that sounds okay with me.
When I was in India, people were offered a free radio if you were sterilised, and also we had public toilets, and used to shit down a hole, and underneath was a basement full of pigs, which ate the human shit to feed the pigs.
Well, that's pretty foul, I gotta say. You fucking foul.
And also
they should
people
pay him a lot more than the radio, damn it. I mean, you know, we gotta up the bid a little bit.
No, seriously, you got a free radio if you're sterilised, but also in the forests where people used to shit, you used to have to look around for the pigs, because if you had a shit in the forest, if a pig saw you, it'd come up and eat the shit while it was coming out your ass. So you used to have to watch out for the pigs.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I never heard of that, but I suppose you know.
Neil, huh?
It's true story. I've been there. I've seen it.
I'm not saying
Cloud Gans. I've been there.
I'm just saying that they must be breeding the pigs to be shit eaters, because I'm just saying, generally speaking, you know, pigs are, you know, yeah, pigs are slop eaters, but, you know, they usually, you know, you usually have to disguise shit for a pig to eat it.
Yeah, I mean, you might even get a warthog. You stick his
in India, on the sides of the river Ganges, all the because you know they cremate all the people, well, they chuck all the kids, when they die. They wrap them in bandages and chuck them in the river Ganges. So, at the side of the river Ganges, all the dogs are there and the pigs are there, waiting for the flesh and the people, the dead kids to come, and eat them, when they used to float to the sides of the Ganges. Yeah, nice stuff.
Yeah, it really is quite disgusting.
I think he's trying to shock us.
That's where we put Jerry Garcia's ashes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've heard about the Ganges and the bodies and all that kind of stuff, you know, and it's just a big, you know, it's just, you're just saying, like, isn't this fail enough, right? I mean, they're drinking shit water. I mean, you know, it's disgusting.
Another thing they do is the lowest class is the
Well, yeah, they
untouchables. They pay them like their wages.
They used to bath in it. They used to bath in it. They used to bath in the Ganges, play in the Ganges, you know, and also cremate and chuck all the dead bodies in there too. Meanwhile, the dogs and the pigs, and they feed the chickens on human shit too.
It's where we put Jerry Garcia. We took his ashes to India and we put them into the Ganges. That's what he wanted.
It turns to shit anyway, right? So it's shit on shit and eat shit and turns into shit.
I didn't have much use for Jerry Garcia anyway. So, they could have thrown him anywhere and it would have been okay with me.
Just talking about further contamination.
Yeah, seriously, it's amazing. They have basements full of pigs with public toilets on top where you shit down a hole and all the pigs eat the human shit.
I think he likes shit a lot. I think he likes talking about shit.
Well, whatever. I'm just saying, it's, you know.
Well, life is pretty shit, you know, so I guess everything's shit.
Well, that's how this show started tonight, actually, was a description of exactly that point, that that's all this is. It's biomass. It's all, everything's just getting turned into shit every day. Every day, everything's eaten and turned into shit. So there's just shit everywhere.
There's shit and piss. Yeah.
Everything's just being shitted.
Another thing they do in India is they pay like the lowest caste, you know, the untouchables. They get paid like 25 cents to unclog sewers, public sewers, and they don't even give them any safety equipment, nothing. They get butt naked and they hold their breath and go down there and pull all the shit out themselves. And I mean, think about it. It would cost nothing to give them like safety goggles or something, but it's almost like they want to demean these people.
Safety goggles. I mean, if you're climbing into a fucking sewer to unclog it, you know, your safety goggles ain't gonna do you much fucking good.
Or like a hazmat suit or something, you know. They don't care.
I give them a mini sub or something. Yeah, or whatever. I mean, it's just.
How do they become immune to dysentery?
Well, they have to
you can read. I read about it, National Geographic. They get sick all the time, and they have all sorts of infections. So I mean, but these people are like the lowest you know, their life is already completely miserable. So they'll do anything. They're forced into the situation.
Yeah, well, I mean, they might as well just move to China, and then you know the Chinese can use them for shark bait or something. But I mean, yeah, just you know. Just how low can you go kind of argument, right?
There's some sort of attitude there about look the other way, because that's the big problem with the rapes, too, is, you know, people, they're just oblivious, you know, they just walk right by a suffering person. They do nothing about it because they have this whole fatalistic attitude, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just kind of insane to have a fatalistic attitude while you're producing more babies. Your mic's really loud, Evander guy.
No, I'm going to bed, so.
Okay, that's a good reason to have a mic that's too
Isn't
loud.
it, really? Like dealing with the dying?
Yeah. Yeah, well, Evander is a little bit of a pissy.
Yeah, they all got
Some
mood
pain in the
swings
ass.
on here.
But anyway,
They're all a little sensy. They're very sensitive.
yeah, snarky and kissing. Yeah, Gleno's guy didn't do no comics this week. I don't think so.
Yeah, he usually comes in here after you leave. He's usually in here on 6
Yeah,
o'clock
well, he's
or
on
6.
Russian time and such.
He lives in Russia?
Yeah, I feel like this is like before work or something. Or before breakfast, anyway. Yeah, well, I know that real life thing. I mean, I've just been totally fucking distracted by bullshit. You know, there's people I work for, their computer farted out, right? The 2-year-old Dell computer, and it just, nothing. It doesn't do a fucking thing. You know, complete wipeout. And, well, anyway, so I had to fiddle with some old computer to get it running, and, you know, I don't know, it's just little things like that, but they can suck up, 10 hours of your time.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I remember you mentioning something about assholes that waste all their time making viruses on computers and how they should just be shot immediately.
Yeah, well, we gotta start with Bill Gates. He's a fucking virus.
Yeah, they're all parasites.
It's just terrible. Everybody's an asshole. I mean, really, you can't shoot it.
It doesn't take much to find the asshole side of a person.
You can't shoot a good human, because there aren't any.
We just blow us all up immediately. Blow a nuke from space.
You got bullets in the gun, you might as well use them.
Yeah, I mean, in this system, you're forced to kind of be an asshole. If you're not an asshole, you'd already be dead.
Yeah, well, they just fuck everything up. I mean, everything's just stupid and fucked up for no good reason.
Yeah. Even if you're living in the woods, away from everyone, the seeds that you have, you can be giving them to someone else. Whatever you're eating, squash, tomato plants, you're not killing any animals. You know, you could still be giving those seeds to someone else, therefore you're still having an effect on someone else. Therefore, it's like you're still an asshole because you're being selfish or whatever it is.
Well,
not overtly.
Kind of an extreme example, but yeah.
Well, Monsanto doesn't see it that way.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, well, I don't really buy into all this Monsanto hype, you know.
Oh, look, it's a bathtub guy. It hasn't been here for a while.
Look at that. He's got a girl with him. How much is she costing you?
Probably maybe like $500 a night.
Gary, how long has it been since you've been swimming? Do you remember me showing me your titties? Or showing you my titties?
Well, something. I just can't remember whose tits. Yeah, my tits are always free. But, oh, there you go. Thank you very much. Very nice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're doing okay for a criminal. Fucking bathtub guy. Yeah, well, I was sort of remember.
Do you remember me now?
Vague notions. Yeah.
You showed us all your titties, not just him.
Yeah. But yeah, it was worth it. Even though you had to share with you assholes. But anyway, yeah, swimming. Oh yeah, I've done lots of swimming videos, but I haven't done the videos yet. I mean, I have lots of video of me swimming, you just haven't. Yeah.
Hey Gary, are you okay if I get in his bathtub and be bathtub guy with him?
Depends on what's happening in the bathtub. It's okay with me. I don't got a problem.
Naughty. Yeah, nothing naughty. We're just gonna get in the bathtub.
If you got one, might as well. You better lose it or use it or lose it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, the other guy just wants to stay away.
That's Lady Stardust. That's who it is.
Yeah, you don't want your bathtub to get like dry rot.
Hey Gary, are you happy for bathtub guy?
Am I happy for him? I don't know. I don't really do the happy for people thing because it's all going to be doomed in the end anyway. But yeah, I'm not. He's doing okay, is what my opinion is. He's doing okay for a check bouncing criminal motherfucking useless sack of shit. He's doing okay.
Oh, the other guy just wants to stay away.
Yeah, you don't want your bathtub to get like dry rot. You know, it's all going to be doomed in the end anyway. But yeah, I'm not. He's doing okay, is what my opinion is. He's doing okay for a check bouncing criminal motherfucking useless sack of shit. He's doing okay. Yeah.
Really? You bounce checks?
Yeah,
I didn't know
you
that.
better take cash. Yeah. Yeah.
Just breathe in the moment. Yes, take it one step at a time.
Yeah. No, it's good though.
Okay, get in the bath.
You wrote me a check for $1,000 for the night.
That's a lot of money.
Hey, did I miss the titties or what?
Yeah,
I guess you did, but she gives them away pretty cheap, so it won't take much sweet talking. You know.
And you can even grab them. You're right next to her on the screen, so like pretend like you're grabbing them, like last week with the heart thing.
That's silly. That's just silly. That's just silly.
Hey Gary, she's on birth control. She has an IUD, so she took your advice on the no, the no kid thing.
Well, sure,
Both
she
on
figured
both.
it out after she's probably got 17 little Horlets at home, you know. That's why she has to charge $1,000. Yeah, you know, a lot of. But yeah, yeah.
His
Well,
check's
it's nice
gonna bounce
to do
anyways.
charity work.
Yep. I guess this
So,
okay, well, I guess. Is it?
Can we come visit you together, Gary? Can we come visit you
Yeah,
together?
if you bring cigarettes, okay, sure. You can even bring your stupid little Horlets with you if you bring cigarettes. Enough cigarettes.
I will bring a carton of
get your
menthol.
camera ready.
I'd rather they be heavies rather than lights, but yeah, good enough.
It's a cigarette. Take it or leave it.
Well, I'll take it, but I'm just saying, might as well be a real cigarette.
Hey Gary, I apologize. I did not mean to interrupt the show, but she
really
insisted that we come to
So
the
you
fucking
can
room.
grab her titties and such.
Very good. Thank you. Charming and such. Well, excellent.
Bye, Gary.
Keep
I
it
love
up.
you.
And I'll do my best likewise. And, yeah, we won't let the rest of them in on it, though. Winky wink and such. Okay. Till next week. yeah, whenever. Yeah, okay. They're off to have bubbly fun. And here we are stuck in hell.
Hey, you got me, though. Come on.
Yeah, well, true. But,
You got Mr. Natural in here. I mean, you got someone.
well, I'm just saying, it's not really the same.
You got James, young savant, but he's not on camera.
Oh, yeah, there is James. Yay, he's got a chick, too. Damn it, some of you people aren't proper losers.
They're making you look like even more of a loser.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not really losing just because, yeah, I don't have to.
I mean, you got lefty and righty and footy and...
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not really a loser for that reason, that I'm kind of happy not to be encumbered by too much encumbrance. Yeah.
And you just rather see other people deal with it. Oh, I could see the girl, but I don't have to deal with it.
Well, I'm just saying, I would like to deal with it, but I'd like to deal with it on a strictly vacation basis. Yeah, vacation in your pussy. But when I go, I go. And then when I come back, I come back. And when I go, I go. And then when I come back, I come back. And,
Sort of like going in and out. You go in and out, in and out.
Well, I'm just saying I don't want to live there. I just want to visit.
It is all kind of obnoxious and
just be in an open relationship. Just see the bitch like once a week. That's what
Yeah, well,
I
I'm
do.
just saying the bitch once a week thing doesn't really work for me because I really don't do the bitch thing in the first place. But I mean, I don't.
Well, like, okay, that was a bit rude. I apologize.
Yes,
Well, I'm
well,
just saying, there's no point in doing it if you're not going to do it with a little bit of seriousness. Is sort of my point. So it's a kind of a catch-22.
Yeah, I mean, you just show up to her door and give her some flowers and some chocolates. And,
You know, if you're not going to give a damn, there's no point in doing it. So I'm just saying, you got to give a damn. And if you give a damn, then you're going to get sucked in. You're going to get, the gravity is going to suck you in, and you're going to be stuck on the alien planet.
You know what really sucks though? Like, sex is only like good for like the 5 minutes, and then afterwards, like, she's on your bed, and then it's just sort of like, what are you doing in my fucking house? You know, like,
you watched
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of porn, didn't you?
Yeah, well, you're doing it wrong, then. Because actually, the
I guess
after
I am.
sex can be pretty good. Just sit on
I
top
haven't
of the
seen any
bitch.
pornos like that.
You get your bitch, and you're sitting on top of the, you've done your deed, right? And you're sitting on top, and you have some nice sitting on top stuff. And you can even, like, say, yeah, maybe I'll go another round, or then you can say, no, maybe I'll take a nappy nap. I'm just saying, you can spend at least, not 5 minutes, you can spend a good freaking half hour.
If you really work at it, I'm sure.
Well, I'm just saying, you don't even have to work at it. You can just kind of wallow in it a little bit. Play around with shit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it ain't so bad. And then you take a nice little rest, and that's all very nice, and, you know.
Eat some potato chips,
See you
drink a
next
Diet Pepsi, and we're right back at it again.
Yeah, well, I don't really eat on the job, but,
Right.
you know, that's
No
related.
cherries, chocolate syrup, and whipped cream.
No, I really don't do that shit, no.
You could eat 2 different ways at the same time.
Yeah, well, I don't really, you know, it just doesn't, you know. Sex is sex, and food is food. Not the same thing at all.
Mixing them's kind of disgusting, actually.
Yeah, and it really just doesn't do anything for my libido, as they say.
Yeah, you want it raw and uncensored.
Well, I'm just saying, once you study, if you eat, then your body is, you know, working on the food, and so you're not going to be able to, you know,
Right.
junk working for you, you know what I mean?
You gotta, like your belly's sticking out, then it's...
Well, I'm just saying, it just doesn't go with the, this is part of my romantic repertoire.
Yeah, and you might be farting or something, and it's...
I don't know, that might be your problem, but yeah, it's not one of my problems.
Yeah, you should get someone to swim in you with your swimming videos, which you haven't uploaded any of this year.
No, I mean, it really does piss me off, because it would be nice if I get some chick.
Is there like a housewife at that pool you go to? You can get to swim in there?
Yeah, well, she's, you know, 80 years old, so that ain't...
Oh, that's nice.
You know, it's really not exactly what I'm looking for.
You never know. There might be guys that like it.
You know, yeah, well, I'm not one of them. So I'll reject that outright. Yeah, they're either too young or too old, so, yeah, I gotta find some...
They like it. They're too much of a loser for you, and they'll make you look bad.
Yeah, and it's all too sensual anyway, so, you know, if you start swimming with chicks, I'll end up, you know, it'll end up being a porn film. It would be nice. It would be nice. I have to admit, I would enjoy that. I like to have a woman just to make my own videos, have a woman in my videos. It'd just be fun. Yeah, look, there's a woman. Yay, I'm making a video.
You could be one of those guys that has your woman in the background making whatever, doing something, and you're just making your video. And
yeah, I think that'd be just fine. I wouldn't mind. She could be, you know, playing with my nipples or something, and that would be cool.
And rubbing your back.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Cooking your pot.
It would just add some kind of like credibility, you know. I would have instant credibility.
Yeah, that might help you actually. And the women will be like fawning over you.
Journalism with two go-go dancers behind you on either side, you'd get thousands of views.
Well, I'm just saying, it couldn't hurt. I think it would be a nice compliment to my nastiness and my aggression, you know, to have a nice counterbalance.
Well, yeah, you would have more credibility. It's like not some weirdo just sitting in his house, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, sure.
With his, you know, poncho on.
It would be aesthetically interesting.
Yeah, I want to see wear your poncho again. That's pretty neat. I like that.
Yeah, well, maybe in the fall.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I like it. Yep.
Yeah, well.
I think we climaxed already tonight.
Whatever that means.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we already reached our high points.
Gotta get something to drink, so I'll be back.
Young people, I usually do it 2 or 3 times in the evening.
Yeah.
Oh.
Who's a virgin? Who's 23 and a virgin?
Well, I wouldn't be upset about being 23 and a virgin. It's really not that bad. Relationships are kind of overrated.
Yeah, but you're not a virgin then if you know what a relationship's like.
I guess so.
Actually, I think you would have liked that music. Yeah, but see, the longer you wait to have sex, the more it means something in the end. So once you finally have it, you know, the 5 minutes that you're enjoying the experience, that means like maybe 5% more than if you lost it when you were like 15 or something.
Then it's like, oh man, I put on that hype on that. That really wasn't anything great.
Yeah, I mean, you looked forward that long and it didn't even last a minute. Jesus Christ.
You guys are just advertising that you don't do it very well.
And you did it in your pants. I mean, come on. I mean, what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I guess maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys must be total fuck-ups. I mean, shit. I remember, obviously it was like 3 days ago, when I lost my virginity. I mean, come on, it kicked ass, right? I mean, the first night that she comes over, right? The first night she comes over, we spent like 5 hours on the couch. You know, it was just with clothes on, the fondling shit and all that kind of stuff. And it was like, holy fuck, this is good, right? And that wasn't even sex yet. And then so the next night we did the sex thing, you know, it was like all night long, 5 times, right? I was totally wasted the next day, covered in baby oil. I mean, and it was fucking fantastic. I mean, you're sitting there with your, you know, frumpy, you know, doggy style the first time, and you're like, this is fucking, you know, you're just like, yeah, you're just on top of the world. You're like, this is, whoa. I mean, I thought it would be good, but this is really good. Yeah. They don't tell me it's nothing. Come on. 5 minutes? Fuck you.
Man, I don't know.
Dude, I can last like half an hour with the fucking meds I'm on.
The true religious experience I've ever had is when I do sex really well and the girl is screaming, oh God, oh God, oh God.
Yeah, I don't even care what you're saying, but I'm just saying it was good stuff. I was pretty pleased with myself.
Yeah.
All was good in the world for that. The next day, I was just like, oh, yeah.
It's only downhill from here, and that's the realization that just kicks in the ass.
I'm just saying that I didn't have that, I didn't bother myself with such realizations at that moment. So, but yes, in hindsight, yes, I'm doomed. The whole thing is fucked and all that kind of shit. But I'm just saying.
I think a good way to do that.
I waited 29 years, and so yeah, I was ready for the moment when it got here. I got everything you could get out of it.
I know, that's the shitty thing about it. You have to go through less of it for it to mean more.
Yeah, well, I think it always would have meant something, but yeah, I think I would have ended up with a, who knows, some sort
But
of.
if you lost your virginity at 13 or something, it wouldn't mean much of anything. It's like, I just had another big, woman.
Yeah, it would always meant something, so I don't think that's true. But yeah, the point is that you would have been in more relationships, and relationships are, they're just a slow death. Well, sometimes a very fast death. But I'm just saying they kill a little piece of you. Each relationship just burns a little part of you off. Yeah, it really is just, it just steals all your mojo. Every relationship just, that hurt. Ooh, that stung. Ouch. They all, ouch.
Yep. That's life. Life's the catch-22. It's just synonymous. They mean the same thing. Bullshit. You gotta give some to get some. That's life. Well, if you didn't have it that way, it would be fair.
Yeah, well, as somebody once said, the fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you get.
Yep.
Or something like that.
Yay.
Hey, look at that. Known guy has a box. Wow. He has a box. He has a box.
What do you think would happen if North Korea kills these two American actors?
I don't think he heard you.
I was saying, what do you think will happen if North Korea kills these two American actors?
Who? Oh, you mean Joe Rogan or something, or?
I think it's Seth Rogen and James Franco.
They ain't gonna kill anyone.
James Franco.
They threaten their lives. I mean, they do have agents in this country.
They're starting to go to war with us. Yeah, they're not gonna do anything. And if they want catastrophic failure, they can go right ahead and try.
That would be something. I mean, if I were them, I'd be a little worried.
Do not, God, we cannot hear you. We can't hear you.
Remember Satanic Verses? He's still alive.
Yeah, well, he's got round-the-clock personal security for the rest of his life.
There you go. That's how it works. Rich people do that too.
So you think that these guys...
And Mendham is muted.
Yeah, but like these actors, like they can repel your basic stalkers and bouncers and people on the street that might want to harass them if they go out in public. But this is different. This is like if somebody really wanted to kill these people and it was a professional, even the Secret Service, can't guarantee.
Yeah, they ain't gonna do anything in the end.
A lot of people wanted to kill Hitler, and a few almost did it, but unfortunately didn't for the world. Yeah. And sometimes people like despots like that, maybe should be murdered, but it's really hard to get through to people who are well protected.
Yeah, how many people want to kill Obama? A whole shitload of people. He's still here.
Yeah, but we're talking about just two actors, albeit well-known actors, and like they would have a level of private security. But if a state wanted to kill, two American citizens, I think they could do it.
I don't think in America, though.
It's just big talk. It's just big talk. Let's not forget there have been actors and actresses who have been stalked and have been killed. And in most cases, like with John Lennon, turns out to be somebody we hardly know anything about. It's very rare that it's a conspiracy of some government. And we here in America, if you read The Ugly American, which you should have read in school, you can see we used to have those types of policies in other countries. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
Testing. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Can you turn your volume up, though?
No. Yeah, no. Oh, I guess I could. Yeah, but no, I can't because then it'll go mute. So, yeah, fuck that. Can't play with the volume. Dangerous thing to do. Anyway, sounds horrible. Whose sound is horrible?
You sound like you're kind of washed out. You're in the you're far away.
Huh. Well, my microphone's still plugged in. Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah, I pulled it out. I pulled out the microphone. That's funny.
Go to Radio Shack.
Yeah, no, well, I got this laptop and I got my book on top of the cord, and so I pulled the microphone out. So, yeah, tonight I have not been too technically savvy, I must admit.
Hey, at least it's better than the lag last week.
I wiped out the MP3, and what else did I do? Yeah, so I really got fucked up.
Yeah, the MP3 doesn't mean anything. They don't need to hear this anyway.
Yeah, it's true, but it is sort of annoying that I wiped it out. Anyway, yeah, North Korea, whatever. You want to worry about this stuff, go ahead and worry about this stuff. But yeah, I mean, Iran did this death threat thing. Everybody does this death threat thing. So what? Who cares? We are actually droning people. So, who's the more effective assassin? I think we are.
Yeah, I think we can drone.
How many innocent collateral damages have we accepted? How many dead wives and dead children have we accepted in our assassinations of our characters?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, blowback is, every bit of, we deserve such blowback. So like I said, am I supposed to give a fuck about these assholes? No.
Yeah, we deserve our just desserts.
Do I think our hypocrisy deserves us having any concern? No. Do I think our whole idiotic sanction policy is anything like fair? No. So, I mean, there's nothing about what we're doing that has, that gives us any right to complain. We are creating North Korea. North Korea isn't a manifestation of North Korea. North Korea is a manifestation of our creation.
Yeah, the Korean War.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying you can't sanction countries and force them into the Stone Age and then complain that they're in the Stone Age. I mean, it's just such a pile of shit.
Yeah. Mm. Mm. We can always send Dennis Rodman there again. It's always a nice move.
Well, look, all the leaders of most of the countries of the world are insane. So if you want to play this game that, oh yeah, their leadership is insane. Well, the structure of their country existed before him. So that's a bogus argument. And he hasn't changed anything dramatically. So, it's like arguing about Putin or something. I mean, policy is a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
You want to do the pencil thing? Or pen?
No. Yeah, that's an answer. Yeah, I don't have a proper pencil for it. This one's just not good enough.
That's a permanent marker, it looks like.
Yeah, you're pretty perceptive.
That's right.
Very good.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, well, you're pretty perceptive. Yeah. Didn't see that one coming, right?
Yeah.
They snuck the repeat in there and fooled you.
Yeah.
You want to know my address, well, I'm really not that hard to find. My address is posted on many people's videos. Yeah.
Yeah, but no one seems to ever show up outside your front door, which is weird.
Well, not lately anyway. But there have been a few.
Yeah, but they've been scheduled appointments.
Mostly. I mean, sometimes. There's a couple of people I've known for a few years, and every now and then they just pop up, you know. They just happen to be in town.
Mm.
Quote, I just happen to be driving through. So.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has any reason to hate you, though.
Oh, they have a reason to hate me, but, yeah, they don't have a reason to come to my house and hate on me.
Mm. They don't hate you enough to come to your house and, like, try to assassinate you.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would only make me more powerful, so it'd only probably be somebody who
Yeah, you'd be a martyr, and I'd, like, take your place and, like, use you as a way of spreading the message.
It'll probably be one of my crazy, sycophant cult members that'll kill me, thinking that it'll make me more powerful.
Then they'll, like, you know, they'll pull a Jeffrey Dahmer, eat your flesh, and you'll be a part of them.
Yeah, something like that. You know, they love me so much that they had to kill me for my own good.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's what all the crazy mothers say.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, that's probably the way, you know, it's probably something wacky like that.
But, you know, if we all die, it's all for our own good, honestly.
Well, I'm just saying, somebody's going to probably think like that and say, yeah, it makes sense to me. It's going to die
I think
anyway.
what would be pretty funny is if they came with a steamroller.
Anyway, so I might as well kill them. Yeah.
But I think a good way for you to do it is, like, they just come to your house with a steamroller and steamroll your house down when you're in it.
I don't know how you people, why are you so worried about fish? I mean, how can you actually miss fish? I mean, fish doesn't really say anything much, does he? My feet hurt, I'm tired, I'm sick, I don't like anything, I'm depressed, I want to die, I'm sick of you, I hate you.
Has fish ever even talked on here?
Not that I know of, I don't remember, but I don't think so. Just writes comments. At least his comments aren't as rude as they used to be, but...
Yeah.
Well, I don't. I'm just saying that I don't know why everybody would give a fuck. I mean, fish was, you know... Fish is not that engaging, is he?
I don't know. In all the comments he might be.
Well, I just hadn't noticed any brilliant fisheries. You know, any great fishery comments.
Hmm. Yeah. It's really hard to be fishy.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my drink is ready. I can get my drink.
Yay, drink.
Yay. Yeah. Did anybody see the new Thunderfoot video? I saw he made a video, something like, if men acted like feminists or something like that. Must be just horrible.
You don't like Thunderfoot, no.
Oh yeah, he's just such an ass.
I mean, isn't it depressing to see atheists act like this?
Well, I mean, it is just kind of pitiful.
Yeah, I guess so.
He reminds me of a dog who's eaten a bone to death, and then after he's finished it, he wants to do the story from the bone's point of view.
Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of just a selfish nihilist cunt motherfucking bastard prick.
He was arguing on...
doesn't have any sense that the rest of the world actually functions at all, and he's just basically looking at the rest of the world as if it's a bunch of ants.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to a bit of that thing, an excerpt out of that Drunken Peasants podcast, and he was arguing with a fundamentalist Christian, and he couldn't find a way to argue with him. He kept making the same redundant point over and over again. He didn't change the subject, try to attack it from a different angle. He just kept on saying the same thing over and over again. He didn't know what else to say. He just kept nothing else. Just the same point.
Well, I can't say that's always wrong, but yeah, Thunderfoot sucks at arguing.
Yeah, he kind of
does do a show, he does the Magic Sandwich show a lot, and the problem when you do something like that year after year after year is you reduce most of the arguments you have with people down to small sound bites. Now, you can't have a decent conversation with someone just based on small sound bites. You've got to be able to ask in-depth questions.
Yeah.
Well, it's like just one of those things where, like, arguing with religious people is like really picking at low-hanging fruit. And to him, it's just like, okay, well, what's the next thing to pick at that's really easy and I'll get a lot of followers for? I mean, it's kind of like feminism, even though I kind of agree with feminism, but I mean, it's just to a lot of young people on the internet, especially young males, they just seem to have this hate for feminism for some reason.
The girlfriend broke up with him, that's why. I hate women because,
I'm saying, and I don't know if I would I'd compare the two, but, well, obviously you can't argue with religious people, so, I mean, all you can do is try to say, look, do you understand evolution and biology and chemistry, or you don't? There's no, do you understand human psychology? You're believing in voodoo, the 2,000-year-old voodoo story? I'm supposed to take you seriously? But, I mean, feminism is pretty complicated in the sense that obviously there's
a misconception.
Well, I'm just saying there's no point in saying feminism because what does that mean? Does it mean radical feminist or not radical feminist? It's almost like saying Christian, right? I mean, some Christians are, benign and other Christians are incredibly malignant.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just the point. He always groups feminism into this radical, like he finds a woman that says some crazy fucking shit, and then he just says, oh, that's feminism.
He has a typical male point of view of feminism, that's what I think. There's lots of different kinds of feminists. I mean, even amongst women, my friend Roseanne Barr just feels it comes down to patriarchy versus matriarchy. Therefore, all men are wrong, period, the end. And there's nothing else to discuss with her, okay? But there are other women that see it on lower and lower and lower levels. Some women are just upset about the difference in pay scale or being treated with equal rights. So what kind of feminism are you talking about? Even within feminism, there's more debate about it than there is in the male community.
Are you sure Roseanne Barr is your actual friend, or is she an acquaintance?
Well, I don't know if that's a distinction worth pursuing.
She's
I'm just saying.
Friend. She's somebody who calls me on the phone and writes me and talks to me and asks me advice. What kind of a person is that?
I don't know. It might be a friend. It might be a creeper.
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying that people like
when we go to the same
they're always trying to make
restaurants together, and I can see her right across the table from me, and she doesn't look like a creeper. It looks like my good friend of my dear friend who was her friend in high school. I've known Roseanne since she was in high school.
Neat.
Anyway, my point is, if you talk to my friend Roseanne for Barr about feminism, for instance, it's just simple. If you have a penis, you're wrong. And if you aren't born in a matriarchal society run by grandmothers, then everything is wrong. It's just that simple. And you don't argue with her about it. There's no reason to, because I understand her point of view. Don't agree with her, but I won't argue with her about it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, it kind of depends on people's life experience, obviously, too. How many relationships they've been abused in, or how, their fathers treated them and all this kind of shit, too. So, that disrespect, from male control can, burn a woman pretty hard. And I mean, obviously, I think having 3 sisters pretty much guaranteed me to be a feminist. I mean, I don't know how I couldn't be a feminist. Just because you see some of the slights and the cheats, committed against your own, violations of my sister's trust and confidence in people and how they, abuse them. And you see them being manipulated and used by men, and it's pretty revolting.
Yeah, same here. I was lucky enough when I was born at the end of World War II. I had two older sisters. I had a mother, a grandmother, an aunt, and several female cousins living with me. I actually thought until I was 7 years old that I was a girl. I didn't know I was a boy. Then my mother got remarried, had my stepbrother Robert, and suddenly I had to become the oldest male in the family. So I certainly understand both points of view.
Yeah, I don't know how you couldn't have missed the male thing. It was, by comparison, my clitoris was a lot bigger than my sister's. So yeah, I knew that.
I never got a chance to really see that, I never really got a chance to see that. Except when I was very, very young, I remember taking a bath with my sister and noticing the difference. But I did think my clitoris was just bigger than theirs. The first thing I learned as a child was how to sew and how to cook. And I, to this day, am one of the fastest and best crocheters and knitters I know. I've taught every woman that I've ever dated how to crochet. So it's just, something I grew up with in that period of time. Men didn't come back into the world until the 50s.
Yeah, I didn't worry too much about all that gender crap, because, I did the, I was a better cook than my sisters. Yeah, so that, really wasn't too big an issue. But, you could certainly see the, like I said, different places. I knew people who were, you're talking about huge income disparity. If the woman was a male, she would have been paid, twice as much. And, that when you see that, when these are people and you care about, I mean, it just does, it can't help but impact you in, a very substantial way to realize that this is just wrong.
Yeah, that's so true. And also when I saw some of my sisters who were mentally quite capable, not being able to handle certain jobs, and one of my sisters who was physically quite able wanted to be a, fireman in Chicago and back in the 50s, and it was just not possible.
Yeah, it's all just pretty, well, whatever. I mean, it's, so I just don't see any point in using feminism as saying all feminists are men haters or some other kind of bullshit. That's really not what it's about. And for men not to be, I mean, the subject that bugs me is just this whole, these are men that are reverting to, she asked for it kind of shit. They're reverting to these really disgusting excuses like, well, she got me excited and therefore I have a right to fuck her, and, this kind of attitude. And that's what Thunderfoot basically has, this kind of, I have a right to rape if she asks for it. That's just so fucking evil for people to sit there and let that slide. Really pisses me off. And for him to say something as ignorant as, if a woman's really raped, she goes to the police. I mean, it's just so fucking...
Your sound is just cut off again, Gary. Something's happened. I heard you move some wire or something, and then your sound cut
Is
off.
it back now? Yes, okay, so I gotta quit leaning on this wire. Anyway, so I was just saying the rape argument is just so disgusting, that they would make these arguments defending, their lack of control and that women ask for it because, and like I said, specifically when Thunderfoot said, if a woman's really raped, she goes to the police. And nobody but me called him on that. And it's just so fucking ignorant to say something like that, because what are women going to go to the police with? A story of, well, yeah, I got drunk because I trusted this guy and we were having a good time, and then we went to my apartment and he raped me. I mean, obviously they can't get a conviction on that. So what is she going to, what good is going to the police going to do her? Okay, I mean, unless he whaps her with a hammer, she's, going to the police isn't going to do her any goddamn good.
Exactly. His premise also means that women before 1964 obviously were never raped. There'd never been a rape in the world because they just never reported it then. But now that they report it, I guess now it's real.
It's just such a stupid, not to realize that women have all the liability in trust relationships, and none of the power. I mean, not to recognize that and say, yeah, that means that men have to be held to a little bit higher standard. It's just so bullshit.
Yeah, I still see what's happening to a lot of women as basically the last form of personal indentured slavery.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean about fish. Now, what good is this fish asshole? Men don't have it bad. Men have it bad in what respect?
Oh, fish, I'm sure you're absolutely right, but that's not the conversation or the point.
Yeah, and what part of, and where do men have it bad? Like I said, there's no argument to be made. I mean, you're going to make an argument that men are better parents? Well, it's a silly argument. So, I mean, it's a laughably silly argument. Men are much better. Men are much better at raping and molesting their children than, women. But neglecting them, putting them in their car and letting them overheat. I mean, come on, in every single category, okay, by a 95 to 5% ratio, men suck at parenting.
Amen.
Emotionally abusive. Oh my God. Horror. Yeah, everybody's emotionally abusive. I mean, what the fuck does that even mean? Emotionally abusive.
Men aren't supposed to cry or give a fuck.
Tell me that words are the same as rape? Oh, please.
No, men should be like women. We should just talk about ourselves and our feelings all day long. The problem with that, of course, is men are exaggerated women and have deeper, harder, longer feelings. We'd be talking forever.
Sounds fun.
Whatever. I'm not all that sensitive. I'm logical. Sorry, it's a difference. I'm really not that sensitive a person. The only thing decent about me is my understanding.
Yeah, you do get pissed off, though. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily blame you. It's really easy.
Personally, I am an optimistic cynic, not a cynical optimist.
Yes, Abba, you need to stop sending me weird messages. That's really annoying.
Well, Abba's doing his best.
I guess so. He's only mildly schizophrenic sometimes.
Yeah, when he's not delusionally psychotic. Yeah.
He's got a kind of Garfunkel look going on.
Oh, yeah, I didn't notice that, but yeah, I suppose.
Oh, I hurt his feelings. I'm sorry. You look perfect.
I mean, is that the real Flyora? Well, I mean, she's just talking complete shit. Is that the fake one? Huh. Yes.
Yeah, she's never talked on cam, which I guess is okay. It's mysterious.
I don't know, yeah, I mean, she says things that are just so weird. I'm just like, what the fuck does that come from? I don't get you sometimes, gotta say.
Might sound too much like an Aussie, you know? Too much like I'm from Australia, you know? From the outback. All over the place.
Yeah, well, whatever. You can't explain, and I guess there won't be an explanation, and I'll just have to say, gee, the chick be weird.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Why don't you get on camera and say something? You're too scared? I'm just joking.
Well, why are you got to be so pushy and obnoxious in your inquiries?
I don't know. I just want to hear more people say stuff.
Well, I don't know. You don't seem to be provoking good stuff for them to say. You seem to be provoking, like, why you were challenging Mr. Natural's friendship with Roseanne Barr. Why would that be something you need to challenge?
Just, asking a few questions.
Yeah, you're evading answering my question, so, what, you could ask questions, but you're going to evade answering my question? No, you seemed to me you were challenging it. You weren't sitting there saying something polite. You were rude.
So I said, let's see what I said. I asked, what did I ask?
Yeah, well, what's the difference between a friend and an acquaintance?
Yeah, just saying, what's the difference?
Yeah, right. And then when he answered, then you said some other stupid thing, and you just kept being rather,
I guess you can say playful conversation taken the wrong way.
Well, whatever. That's what you want to call it. No, I don't think it's playful. I think it's antagonistic and rude.
Well, I guess I'm the victim of it right now too.
Victim how?
Being kind of rude to me, I guess.
Well, I'm right, because I expressed an honest opinion stating that I thought you were obnoxious and rude. I
was just expressing honest curiosity, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, if that's your answer, I'll accept it, but I don't, it's you know, it's troublesome. Because I don't know how you could say that was an honest inquiry done in a reasonably respectful manner.
I don't know. I didn't know you were so sensitive to it, so I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know how it's, I'm not being sensitive to it. I'm just saying that if somebody was to do that to me, I'd find it antagonistic.
Okay.
I mean, if if you don't think it's antagonistic, it's okay. But I just don't. I guess
I won't say anything. I'll just keep my mouth zipped.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it'd be good to resolve the issue. That maybe you said it badly. Okay, I can. Okay, you I don't know. Maybe you didn't intend to be inquisitional.
I guess it's a way of just trying to continue a conversation. I don't know. I guess that's another excuse I have. It really does boil down to semantics and how you understand what a person means and knowing the context of it, I guess.
Yeah, I just don't know. You know, I don't know. That doesn't necessarily, it doesn't do it as a justification for me, but whatever. I don't think it's a matter of semantics, but whatever.
Yeah,
well, I'm not going to argue it to death. I mean, your answers seem a little evasive, so I just figure this is something we're not going to get any resolution out of. But, you know, you're not conceding that
okay, well, this next time I'll nitpick something you say.
I don't think I'm nitpicking, but I'm, pointing out that if you intended to be respectful and inquiring, you did it in a manner that was rude and challenging. Now, if you want to say you didn't, okay, you can do that.
Okay.
Or you can just concede that, oh yeah, well, maybe if I think about it, maybe you're right. It was a little bit rude and disrespectful to challenge his statement that he has a friend, Roseanne Barr.
Well, okay, that's fine with me. I wasn't really questioning it too much other than playfully, giving some curiosity into the conversation, I guess. Asking a question, bringing into a different conversation to the forefront of it.
That's not, again, you just keep evading the point, but fine, whatever. I'm done.
Thank you, Gary. That's very nice of you.
This little pointless banter back and forth where you're just not addressing my point that I would consider it rude. I think it's rude, and you want to say it wasn't rude, then fine, say it's not rude, or say I didn't intend to be rude, but you keep not be willing to say one of those two things, either defend it as not being rude, or say you didn't intend to be rude.
I didn't intend to be rude, I already said.
But okay.
I get that over my name. You know, I can't tell you how many counters I've stood in front of paying with cash for something, and people ask me my name, and it's always, so what's your name? Mr. Natural. What's your first name? Mr. How do you spell that? M-R period. It happens all the time. Now, if you wanted to call yourself Buttface, you'd only have to tell me once. Come to my open mic 6 months from now. When you get up on stage, I'll announce you as Buttface. I won't care. A man shows another man respect by allowing them to be called whatever they want to be called. It's that simple.
Yeah. Well, people are just always looking for something they have license to pick on, I guess. You know, they can't pick on some stuff, so the stuff they can pick on, they're going to pick on. So I guess that's part of it, you know.
Part of what I've been talking about for many years on the internet is that our idea about what is a comment has changed. When I was younger, if you had made a comment about communism and it wasn't backed up by facts, but it was obvious to me from the look in your face and the way your muscles got tightened and the way you stood on your soapbox with your gun at your side, that you believed that. And so whether I believed it or not wasn't really the issue. It was whether I was going to show you some personal respect. And so often I would say to friends of mine constantly, well, let's just decide not to go there and still be friends. And we would never, ever think of bringing that up again unless we wanted to push their buttons and piss them off. So what's happened now is someone's comment is a line drawn in the sand, and they're daring you to step over it as if everybody has the right to tell you, even though you pay your own bills, how you should live your life. That's not what a comment is.
Yeah. Well, I get indications of that a lot because, I don't, you know what I mean, you lose, I don't see myself as being anti-culture or counterculture, even though I have the overt signs, the hair and this and that, so automatically you're put in a category of, pothead or this or that or some other thing. And it's something I never even think about. I don't see it as part of my identity as something being abnormal or different. But I'm obviously am, So it is kind of funny because I get these reactions from people as if there's a statement involved, and there's no statement. Yeah, hair grows on my head, and yeah, I don't cut it. Oh, okay. It's just kind of funny the way it. Stuff means something to people, and it just doesn't even occur to me that it should mean something.
In our society over my lifetime, I've noticed the news media go from hard facts to emotional bantering and opinions. And I've noticed very slowly over a 50, 60-year period of time how this concept of the news has changed from facts, which are double and triple checked by evidence, to whatever the hell someone wants to say. And I think in general, the entire society has become that way. They now think there are no fixed morals or fixed rules. They're whatever they want to make up as they're using them. And they all have a right to have what I call mashed potato morals. That's one in which they get to change the rules of the game to their own advantage in order to have power over other people. And that seems to be what people call morals these days. Unless people start looking at themselves, objectifying and backing off on these things and realize that all of us are being oppressed by life equally, and we need to help out. We need to get over this idea that we can't have differences and allow them to go on and still be human beings. My mother is a...
Well, it goes both ways, though. That argument for me, cuts both ways, because there's also this unwillingness to accept the fact that differences are fundamentally obnoxious to our sensibility sometimes. We find each other revolting or irritating or obnoxious. I don't know. It's like somebody can smell bad or something. To them it smells fine. To you it smells repulsive. The food they eat can be repulsive. Lots of differences are reasonable grounds for animosity and irritation. It's like you're living next door to some guy who doesn't take care of his house and doesn't cut his grass, and he's all comfortable with it, but yeah, it gets to be obnoxious to you because you have to drive by it every time you come into your driveway.
Well, I have to say, as a child, I used to seek revenge. One of my neighbors was driving me crazy with his hi-fi all the time, so I and some friends of mine pulled a UFO spoof on him, and it was so good it got in the news.
I don't know the UFO spoof, but I did do the dog doing the flaming bag trick a couple of times.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's like 101. That's like, that's like, hey, look over there. Made you look. It's like the oldest joke around. I like that one.
Yeah, it is, the mischief kids get into. But sometimes it does sabotage you. I remember once I was stealing a scarecrow off somebody's front porch, and they had wired it to the fucking house, right? So I'm running with it, and all of a sudden, bing! You hit the wire, you hit the wall, and all of a sudden you're almost getting decapitated by a hunk of wire. So that was almost a really big mistake.
For me, most of my life, my intellectual curiosities usually came out as mischief or being basically evil. And throughout my life, I've had to teach myself emotional control and to pull back, because I started playing French horn when I was 4 years old. And when I was 6 years old, I was so angry at my sister, I decided I wanted to electrocute her. So I tried to rig up an electric chair. But I only had access to these big, huge 1.5-volt batteries. So I wired about 12 of them together thinking I could electrocute her. And I just remember creating basically what was a strange doorbell, which made a lot of noise and scared the shit out of me and the neighbors. But I suddenly got interested in electronics because of that. And usually the first thing that happens is I'm curious and I want to take something apart or destroy it or hurt it. And then I kind of pull back and study that.
I don't know what you're talking about. Don't ban me, Gary. I don't know what that means. For what? I got banned by depressive groups on Facebook. I don't know what that means either. Well, anyway, I don't have to know. Ugh. It's getting daylight here. Which of course does give me an excuse to say maybe I'll be leaving. Yes, just give me an excuse. Ow. I'm getting tired. So I did have to work today. So I was tired. Getting too old for this shit.
Yeah, it's going on 3 o'clock in the morning here. I got to get downstairs and get on my piano. I've got about 4 or 5 hours of writing and rearranging so I can get ready for the weekend. Tomorrow is the Gay Lit Parade here in San Francisco, and it's like shuts down the entire city. So I won't be able to go anywhere or do anything, so I've got to get ready to sleep through it. Anyway, good night, Gary. Nice talking to you and everybody else on the forum.
Good to see you. Yeah, we ought to go out in the street and sell shit, right? A parade. Get rid of some junk.
I do a lot of promotion. I go out and give away I give people my business card, and they can have a free lesson if they. Sometimes they give it to other people and spend it like cash. I get people come in here with 3 of my business cards that they got from friends, and I'll give them three free music lessons.
Yeah. Well, if it works, go with it. And such.
Nighty night. You're not going to go to sleep this early, are you? It's only 5:30.
Yeah, well, it seems like a good time to go to sleep. Seems to me, anyway.
No, you have to stay until 6. That's the guarantee you have every single Saturday
guarantees. Oh, God. I don't know why I'm so fucking uncomfortable.
What
This
meaning
chair
is there if you
working
don't?
for me tonight.
Maybe you should get one of those chairs where you can like lean back and I'm like, I have one of those chairs and it's always nice to
Yeah, well,
lean
this one
back
does
and-
do that, but then I can't see, and then the microphone's too far away, and some other.
Well, you could hear me. I'm leaned back right
Mostly.
now, and you can still hear me, right? Yeah.
But
I
I
guess it
can't
depends on the
see
mic
you.
you have. I don't know.
Oh, not that matters that much. No, I don't want to do that.
Read my lips.
Can't see them either.
My finger lips. Yeah. I'm just too lazy to sit up near the camera. I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want to move it.
no obligation.
Can't blame
well,
me.
no obligation and such.
You know what I look like. I mean, you've seen enough of me anyway.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter to me, pretty much. It's just a continuity issue, I suppose.
Yeah. I think I even have my own personal fans now. I have a guy on my page that calls himself the toilet enthusiast because that gag's still going on that I'm in the bathroom. I guess I think that's something to go on, in the bathroom, in the corner. Pretty neat little thing, I guess, to have. Little gimmick.
I don't know, is it?
I don't know. Just thought I'd mention it.
I don't know. Confused me pretty much.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll get better.
Wow, that's really clever. Star of Sagittarius guy. Hey, unequal fail.
Yeah, but how does it equal fail? You need to explain how it equals fail, otherwise it doesn't equal fail.
They don't bother. He's a commenter from YouTube. He makes videos, but they're a little bit
Are you
incomprehensible.
saying you can't explain logic to trolls?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Trolls are trolls,
They're under the bridge. They're waiting to get you.
Well, just mean If you feed them, you got to make sure you put some poison in the food.
Yeah. Easier said than done, I guess. Figuratively than literally.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, well, his comments are completely inconsistent. I mean, 1 minute he says, oh, yeah, and the next minute it's, no, and then it's, yeah, then it's, no. It's just stupid.
Yeah. My life equals fail. Yeah, I think all of our lives are kind of fail. To an extent.
Well, it's all relative, and I guess, your power is in your power
when
to
you say
prevent.
that, everyone's just going to say their lives will fail. It just
I'm
becomes a
just saying,
meme.
realistically, I'd like to be able to say, okay, yeah, if on a personal level my life has failed, but I suppose I'd have to argue to justify my continued existence anyway, that I have productive potential by living.
Right, of course.
In that I can prevent more harm from happening, so that's good.
Yeah, but the circumstance of the negative, the sensation is dependent on the person, not the circumstance. So if the person's reacting more negatively to getting their toe stubbed than a person that getting their arm cut off. And the toe stubbing for that person was worse than that person getting their arm cut off, even though that's an extreme
Well,
example.
what I'm just saying is it doesn't cost me that much until there's some reason it costs me more. I'm just saying in this current circumstance, I can, like, say if I can prevent the existence of one fetus, well, that's a hell of a thing, right? I mean, that's a pretty big
You
accomplishment.
may have done it, though. You've probably done like 100 fetuses, you know, just from...
I'm just saying, so I can't call my life failed just because, well, damn, I prevented a whole bunch of stress and worry and concern and crap and shit, so...
That would be direct.
Lots of crap and shit hasn't been crapped and shit, so that's good.
But, you know, obviously that's speaking directly, but then again, since everything has an effect on everything else, there's no way you can throw the balloon in without infecting all the other balloons and the little whatever. You know, it's, I guess, to a certain extent, we're all responsible to a degree.
Well, I'm just saying, probabilistically, you can know, though, that certain events are more likely to end up with a good result or a bad result, so you have to go with the probabilities. You can't know absolutely, you can just say, it's likely that if I prevent an existence, it'll be a shitty existence. So it's one worth preventing. Because most existences are stupid and shitty.
Like ours?
No, that's exactly my point. Ours are productive, okay? They're not, on a personal level, they're stupid and shitty, but they're productive, which makes them valuable.
So you're saying American Idol watcher would be a person that's not valuable?
I'm saying an American Idol watcher who is not doing anything else in their life to comfort the afflicted, yes, is a parasite and a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And is better off never to have been, for sure. I'm just saying I can't say I'm better off never to have been in the sense that I personally would be better off, but the world wouldn't be better off, right? So that's the point you got to make, is the context of your existence.
Yeah, you're a little piece in the variability pie. Now, the effect you had, how productive it was in preventing a negative sensation from occurring.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I mean, obviously I haven't written the whole story yet, and it's the end result is the only result that matters, is what you did in the end. But I'm just saying, on balance, I guess I could argue that my existence was productive.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably speaking.
Yeah, probabilistically speaking, is the only way we can, I mean, it's the only way you can speak about anything. You can't, you know, like I said, the certainty is not accessible.
Right, I mean, if you weren't born, maybe someone would have taken your place that was, who knows, something different.
Well, taking my place is kind of a weird idea, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, would have been different. The circumstances would have been different. And then obviously,
well, I mean, you could argue that, yeah, my mother could have not gotten pregnant and gotten pregnant a week later, and she would have had somebody else.
Right, and then you just think about the circumstances, and you wouldn't exist, and that would have caused all sorts of other things, and it just becomes, yeah, kind of a logical way of thinking about it in a way. You just realize that change would happen, but it happened a certain way, and that's all we can really understand. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying we can understand more in the sense that we can understand probability. So I'm just saying we can understand the general function, and we can understand that generally our function is very negative if we're not aware of the danger that we represent. So if you're a human being and you don't know how dangerous being human is, then you're probably a net taker.
Yeah. I think humans are the ultimate solution because we have the ability to nuke people, and that's, you know, better than just eating, you know, the same gazelle over and over again, doing nothing but repeating the process. So we have the tools. It's about utilizing them correctly at the right amount, the right time, right extent, and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, it's about understanding first, right? So, yeah, you kind of have to have the understanding before you can go anywhere. So that's the thing you gotta start.
Right.
there, and obviously you knowing it and nobody else knowing it isn't going to do much good.
It's pretty useless.
So you have to make it known to others, and
Right.
that's the mission. That's the only job in town, so to speak. I mean, that's
spread the message.
You know, that's the key to the door. Whether the key door opens or not, who the hell knows? But it's the only key you got. So.
Yeah, but last week I think you missed a kind of interesting, I guess, conversation at the end where a guy was talking to some British cross-dresser, which went on for a long time. So.
Well, how fast?
Remember the details.
Somebody should record that stuff, and then we would all be able to watch it. So somebody else should record that shit.
Yes. So someone in the comments record the next time that conversation happens. Or if it already happened and you got it, you can send it to him and he can listen to it and refute it or whatever. I don't.
Well, I'm just saying, if there's after room stuff, then maybe somebody ought to record some of that after room stuff, so we would.
Evil San and Hillen says he has a copy, so he can send it to you. See?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, send it to him. I'm sure he'll let them listen.
Yeah, well, I'm going to need a copy of the first 3 hours of this room because, yeah, I killed it.
And the first 3 hours didn't matter because I wasn't in it, so.
Well, you were in part of it.
For 1 hour, yes. For an hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
I think talking about your problems makes it easier for you to deal with them, makes you notice them more.
Well, it doesn't do much good either way, I guess.
And you know, you tell.
Sometimes it can make it worse, right? But you're just focusing on it then, so
yeah,
sometimes it's good.
You tell people.
I mean, not to be paying attention because that way you don't have to worry about it. But
or you tell people, yeah. Or you tell people and you realize how much they don't give a shit, and that makes you feel even worse.
Yeah, it's okay to, you can use my videos any way you like, as long as you don't abuse my videos, I don't care.
No. You mean putting the Hitler mustache on you and all that stuff?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, everybody knows what a malicious act is, so if you're doing something malicious using my content, well, don't use my content to do anything malicious.
Would you ever file a lawsuit over that?
But if you're doing something honest and upright, go ahead and do whatever you want.
Right.
Well, I filed a lawsuit,
Yeah.
Spent 3 years trying to get it done, and I couldn't get it done.
Yeah. Well, looks like medicated went to sleep again.
But I did humiliate the judge pretty good. Got him kicked off the case, so that was pretty. We can get a judge kicked off a case. That's pretty good.
What are you talking about? The judge you dealt with?
Yeah. Yeah, he had to recuse himself, so that was, to me, that was a victory of sorts.
Yep. It's funny when you make a judge look wrong and they're not in the courtroom to, bushel and crap authority all over you. It's kind of funny. You rub it in their face.
Well, they're all just so obnoxious and rude. These damn judges are all such assholes.
Yeah. Well, they want me to let you go, so I guess I'll let you go if you want to leave.
Yeah, well,
I'll go on a leash. I'll let you go.
I'll go when I go. It really doesn't have much to do with you letting me go.
Well, I got you on the leash. Okay, now
I appreciate it. Yeah, well, you don't really control me as much as you think you might, but you don't really.
Yeah. Can you turn into Super Saiyan again before we end it?
The super what?
You know, the negative filter where you look all purpley?
Yeah, I don't know if the filter...
I want to end on a high note, right, so...
filter working? Yeah, filter's not working.
God damn it.
Oh,
there we go. Now that's how we end the show. That's right. Yeah.
That's proper, yeah. Eyeball.
Looks like you have pits of flame in your eyeballs.
There's that.
Yay. Was tonight a success?
Nah, it was just kind of, I don't know. Yeah, it was just kind of a rambly, bambly pile of mush, really. But, you know.
That's all it really ends up being in the end.
Yeah, well, I know, but I can do better than that, so I just have to apply myself to this project of doing better and do it better.
Yeah, but see, if it was a good night, you'd be looking back at it and you're like, it's over already. But if it's bad, it's like, I can't wait for it to be gone.
Yeah, well, it's all work. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's all, you know, it is hard in my brain.
Yeah. Well, I guess the best way to deal with this is just take a nice nap. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you do your duty and then you take a nap. Yeah, that's pretty much the answer to everything. Do what you have to do and then take a nap.
Yeah, I like the nothingness of a nap. You just go to sleep and you wake up. But I hate the waking up part. I wish I just went to sleep.
Yeah, it is kind of nice when you're asleep to stay there. I mean, I had to set the alarm to wake up for this thing. It was like, oh, the alarm went off. Oh, I have to go to Tiny Chat.
You know what I like? I like the period where you're sort of half asleep and you keep waking up and going to sleep.
Yeah, it is nice.
And it almost seems like it lasts for like 5 hours. You get 5 hours of sleep and it was only 20 minutes.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah.
The sucky thing is when you're feeling the most comfort, you don't even realize it because you're sleeping.
Well, maybe, sort of, kind of. You do feel
It's still nice. It's still nice.
It's kind of, yeah, you do have awful nice, comfortable moments when you're sleeping or resting or in the process of going to sleep. Those are kind of nice moments.
Right. You know, your dreams can be awfully horrifying.
Just let the brain wind down a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's any deers eating any of my plants.
Yep. Just another day in Deerville.
Yeah, well, whatever. I know it's not a thing, but it's a thing for me just because, you know, I feel like doing the gardening thing this year.
Yeah.
Deers are just a fucking menace hanging over my head.
So
All right.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. What?
You think they really should just completely eradicate all the deers around there?
Well, I don't think there'd be any harm in it. I mean, they really just don't serve any purpose. They've ruined the environment. They kill everything that grows.
Lyme disease.
Yeah, and then they got that horrible disease. So, yeah,
But don't they control the environment to a certain extent? They're like doing this. They have some kind of way to mediate the environment from their existence.
Well, I'm just saying, it's just, you know, they're only functional in a very much lower population, because I'm just saying, see, they kill, the only plants they're not eating are the Japanese barberry, so in the woods, the only bushes growing now are Japanese barberry, so it's like the forest isn't even going to be a forest eventually, because there's only like 4 kinds of trees that can survive the deer. You know, they eat all the birch trees, lots of varieties of trees that never reach maturity because the deers eat them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're very bad for the native forest. And, you know, they're very bad for my garden, and they're very bad for my physical health. So, for those 3 reasons, I wish them to be not here.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty useful.
Yeah, it'd be just nice to have a garden you don't have to have fences over. I mean, it's bad enough the bugs get you, this get you, that get you. You know, it's just this, you know, deers just decimate you. Then, you know, 3 months growing shit and just have them ruin it all in one night.
That's the next neighbor you want to get rid of is the deer, not just the next door neighbors, but the deers in the woods.
Yeah, get rid of the bears and get rid of a lot of shit.
You never ran across the bear though, which is kind of weird. You never even heard it. You never even saw its cubs.
Yeah, well, I don't want to see it. If you see its cubs, you're really in trouble. Out there with cubs, they'll kill you.
Yeah, you're pretty much fucked then.
Yeah, then you gotta just be able to, run fast or something.
Like, I guess this is the end.
I think it's the end. I think I'm almost done, so.
Yeah, bears don't play around. They'll eat you up.
So I'll turn off the MP3 as an official gesture of good nighting. So good night, and thank you all, and whatnot, and couldn't do it
Now everyone else the after party's gonna start once you leave.
Oh, cool. Let's see if you do anything interesting, somebody will record it, and I can say, oh, look, they did something interesting. So,
Don't forget.
anyway,
Yeah.
thank you, and whatnot, and all the rest of that shit, and, especially Evilest Guy, thank you for the cigarettes last week, it really was great, thank you. And, yeah. Blah, blah, blah,
Yep.
blah, blah, blah.
Nighty-night, Gear Bear.
No, don't do that, please. Please, just don't do that.
Just remember the titties you saw tonight.
Just don't, well, that was, yeah, comforting.
You saw a lot of titties. Breasts.
Yeah. Well,
Nice.
peeps, as they say in the Bible, peeps. Peeps.
Yeah.
Peeps. Peep. 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 Peep.
You're gonna leave? 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's probably gonna happen any minute. I'll be here, and then I won't be here no more. Really in time.
Yay, it's my room now. Yeah. Not really. What? What's a bromance? I don't know what that is. Yeah, and such. And so on and so forth. Yep. Bromance. Yeah. Yeah. I guess we do seem to get along most of the time. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, you guys can come in now. It's not so scary. He's gone. It's not so scary, Gary, in here, right? Or so you like to call him. Well, I'll give you until the next hour. You got 3 minutes. What? What's that? Is that a lighter? Oh, okay. Yeah, see how perceptive I am? I knew what you were doing. He was right. He knew I was perceptive, but I'm perceptive knowing it. I know what a lighter is. Yeah. You need to do more with my videos again. You haven't done anything with my videos. You haven't done it like 2 months. Oh, whatever. They've been getting more and more coherent as time goes by. Don't even act like, don't even say that crap. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're trying to subtly make it seem like you're really serious about it by not even giving it consideration. No, no. Well, as far as I know, my videos are getting better and better as they go on, so maybe you're just not getting it. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I'm just getting too smart for people, so that's why it's incoherent. That's right. Call me arrogant all you want. It's true. You can't be arrogant if it's true. Yeah, well, your opinions don't mean much of anything. Unless it's either you give up or you shut up. You give it or you have nothing to take. I don't see you guys making any videos, Mr. Commenters. I don't even watch your videos because they suck. That's right. Yeah, that shows just how meaningful it comes from a person actually on here saying something as opposed to commenters saying that stuff sucks. Yeah, well, that doesn't mean shit because I have an opinion too, and I watch your videos because they suck, and I can just assume that knowing. Yeah, you don't know me. You don't know me at all. Well, this is kind of boring. I don't know why you expect me to stay in here if you're not going to say anything interesting. Yeah, that's nice. I already told you what I think of people's opinions. I don't give up. Yeah, okay. Nice. Uh, uh, yeah, sure. Obviously. What, am I too scary to interact with now? Is that why no one's coming in the room? Are they too scared? Why does my age matter? I'm pretty sure you know my age. Yes, I think I am better. Yes, you got me. Yes, I'll find my niche. Yes. Yep, you're being philosophical. Yep, certainly. I can make silly philosophical quotes too. Doesn't mean anything in the end, man. Yeah. Yep. He left. Now leave along with him. Yeah. Only winners are in here. Black screens. No, I'm not reading anything. Life sucks. That's what I read. I'm reading your comment. Yes. I can't sell cover songs.
I guess I got some money. Yeah, what? Because I agree with the truth? Yeah, okay, that's nice. I think you know that we don't always hit it off immediately, so don't act like that's the case. We all know better. Doesn't take a genius to figure that out one, right? I don't know what I want. Know that one. Nice answer for you? Yes, certainly it is. I'm acting as you now, because I have two personalities. Yes. 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 I have no idea. I don't give a shit either. Sorry. I don't think he'd have an answer for you either. Doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah, well, if you think it's hot, you can go right ahead and have fun. Hmm. How do you say your name in whole? Hmm. Like evil and annihilate? Oh, okay. That's neat, I guess. Is it like Latin or something like that? It's like Latin for evil, annihilate all evil. Oh, okay. Neat. Mine? My name? I made it up. I like the way it sounds. Twing-two. It's like it slips off your tongue. And I attributed a meaning to it after I made it. It's like to wean, to woe, like wean and you woe. To wean, to woe. There you go. Get it? There you go. It rhymes. It's twing-two. Woo, twing. Like blowing in the wind. It's nice and easy on the ears and on the tongue. Unlike your name, it's like evilus and nihilus. Really tongue twister and such. Well, wean, W-E-A-N. You just look up W-E-A-N and it means that. I just like E-E because it's more, like, what is it? It's like, it's more even. Yeah. Why are you sticking around? What? Meat space? You're just being incoherent, and unless you mean something, I'm not going to answer you. Yep. Really likes the cornholes, doesn't he? He left. You know that. Stop trolling the comments, or I'll have to kick you, even though I can't. Yes. Well, he doesn't even let me on his website, barely, so I don't think he's ever going to give me admin on here. So I don't think the possibility of that is pretty slim at this point, as far as I know. I'm a good talker, but he doesn't really, it's the talking person to him, I guess. It's like, oh, you, kind of thing. And then you get pissed off. It's like a silly relationship, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, you believe me, yes. Okay, thanks. Yes. Tired. If you're tired, raise your hand. Okay, I guess no one's tired. I am. I'm tired. No, I haven't read them. I don't need to read a book to know better. Think my way to knowing better. Unlike all you people. Mm. Yay. Really kind of tired. My throat hurts a lot. Lovely. I didn't need to read a book to understand the philosophy. Yeah. But I haven't read it, so there's your answer. No, I have not. Obviously, I said that to begin with. Yes. What? I have no idea. Weaknesses? You don't take it far enough, I guess. He's made it up. Apholisms destroy all life on Earth. There's your answer. There's your solution. There's the weakness. It's about finding the best way to dealing with it, as opposed to there being a problem with it, more than anything, I would say. Yeah, well, I feel like crap, too. Yeah, okay, well, that's nice. I'm not gonna argue with an idiot. There's the argument between relative and subjective morals. Well, we're the ones dealing with it, and we all have our silly bullshit, and it has to go through us. but it's a factual statement of reality and recognizing the circumstances of our existence, but it goes through our little silly filters, so in a way, I suppose that is, in a way, relevant, yes, I guess. I don't know. This is boring. It's not relative and subjective. It's only going through your little bullshit, yes. You can say it all you want, it doesn't mean it's true. I'm sorry. Yes, we have emotions. That doesn't mean what we say in reaction to those emotions is right. There's either truth or false, and your reaction exists, but it doesn't mean it's always consistent with the truth, and that's the disconnect you seem to not be getting at the same time. Yes. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's generally the point. Yes, it's subjective. Yes. There is a truth, regardless of what you want to say is subjective or your little crap. Yes. Yes, I feel broken, too, kind of. I can dramatize myself better when I'm talking on a camera than typing stuff. Yes. Yeah, of course I'm not. It doesn't mean much when you don't have anything to back up the fact of what you're saying. It has no meaning whatsoever to me. Yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yep, you got me. You got me. Oh, shit. Oh, dear. I can do it, too. I have a tendency to agree with myself that you're all retards, and that's the only thing I need, right? And I could say the same thing right back at you. Doesn't mean much of anything. Speak for other people as well. It doesn't change a thing. Right? No, it doesn't really much. Means you're an idiot. Yes. Yeah. Wow, I've got such a following on here, yet I only got 90 subscribers on YouTube. That's pretty funny. They keep 34 people in the room, which is kind of funny. Or 30 something. That's kind of funny. And yet, Inmendable only gets, what, 80 people in here at most, on the best night. And he has 8,700 subscribers. What? I don't get it. Sorry. Make more sense. Otherwise, you mean nothing. Hi. Have anything to say? Oh, I guess not.
Oh, boss. Oh, boss.
Yes, kielbasa tastes pretty good. Yes. I like sausage more, though. If I had to choose a meat, kielbasa is kind of just too basic tasting. Hot dogs, man, just try not to do the meat thing. So it's obviously the way to go. Yes, life is so horrible, yes. My life sucks too. Yeah. Yep. Well, I guess nothing's gonna happen. No Glenos tonight, I guess. I guess he's not gonna come in here. Probably gonna wait until I leave because he thinks I'm an asshole. That's besides the point. Let's see. Well, that's why people aren't here. They're waiting for Glenos to get on here. They're just like waiting for me to leave. Just quit bitching about how your life sucks. Don't. Yeah, but you're on the internet typing comments. Yep, you're on the internet typing comments.
Yes. My life sucks too, you know?
Yep, comments. Yep. What? Yep, you got me, man. Okay. Well, you guys are not really interesting. This is kind of boring. I guess I'll leave it to you, evil nihilists. Can you entertain the commenters? Well, you can probably practice. It's easy to respond to comments. You can probably get some practice that way. Yes, I'm a dick. Yes, maybe you can look in the mirror, look down, and see how big yours is.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my. This guy is so immature.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Oh. I know I'm interesting. I'm so bored. I'm that interesting. Yep, you got me. Maybe I'm just having fun with the comments.
These people are so...
Yes. What are you saying? Are you saying something? I can't hear you. What are you saying? Are you saying something?
No.
Yes, you stop picking on me, but you could keep picking my nose. I don't mind. It's fine with me. Yeah, okay, just a bunch of non-serious talk in the comments. Okay, people being facetious and sarcastic. Okay, this is kind of getting redundant now. Okay, I say it, but I don't really mean it. Kind of, not really. Okay. I don't know what to say, guys. Kind of boring. I need to really, like, back up my statement, like, leave and such, and so forth and whatnot, and, right? Yes, you got me. If I were one, wouldn't I already be dead? Like, in a concentration camp? I got you on that one.
Hey, what's wrong being a Jew?
Everything. think I am? And why does it matter?
Yes, Jews are super rich, so.
Of course.
Yes, Jews are smart.
Of course, yeah. Yeah. Their cliche stereotypes are obviously very welcome. Well, I'm really tired. I'm just gonna go to sleep now, and I'm not gonna leave my camera. So I hope y'all, like, have a good night and all that stuff and such and so forth and whatnot. I think. I hope you have a wonderful week, and I hope y'all don't hate me and such. Yes, you got me. I'm Alpha now, guys. I'm gonna do the cliche lispy voice thing. Oh, Jesus. Well, I hope you don't mean that you hate me. You're gonna hurt my feelings. I thought you were all just joking. Oh, night night, you guys. Night night. Good night. I'm not Kate. I swear.
Yeah, fuck you, broken hammer. Man, in fact, I'm actually a Muslim. Yes, I'm a Muslim. It's Ramadan now, and I'm fasting. I'm a Muslim. My name is like a Russian. I even can speak Russian. See? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is good. Thank you. Actually, you could read some science book that Ramadan cleanses the body. So, yeah. Oh my god. What is Ramadan? Is a perfume. I don't actually understand your question. What is Ramadan? Ramadan is the month for the Muslim to fast, you know. Yes, it is part of my religion. And actually, I started to think that all religion is bullshit. I don't know. Oh my god. Okay, Muhammad was a bunghole. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yes, Muhammad did tell his people to do it, and I actually don't interested to talk about my religion, you know. Oh, I've started to think that all religion is bullshit. God is real, yeah, I believe that God is real, but I'm not sure about the religion though. I'm not sure about Islam, Christian, Judaism, Abrahamic religion, monotheistic, Buddhism. I just don't. I'm not saying that all religion is wrong, but if oh my God, it's hard to explain actually. This, oh my God, I actually have written a book, but it's in Bahasa Malaysia, and if you know Bahasa Malaysia, you could check out that book. Oh yeah, I have a link. Just yes, I have a link. It's in PDF format. Excuse me, I'm going to take this call. It's in PDF format. Ah, yes, Manny. Malaysia does sucks balls a little bit.